Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Zombie Nationwide. You are asked to eat people, and you create a forbidden spell. Chapter 1. Area 65 Dungeon. On the playground of 65 number 1 affiliated middle school, several figures were setting up special restricted fences. If you observe carefully, those busy figures all have blue-gray skin and white-gray eyes. Some even have mouths full of sharp fangs, and extremely conspicuous blue blood vessels are densely packed, extending from the neck to the corners of the eyes. Good. These people are actually zombies. Today, more than 50 senior high school students from 65 number 1 affiliated middle school awakened their unified bloodline. The students sat in awe, listening to Principal Kwong Kwong's speech. Students, more than 500 years have passed since the global zombie virus broke out. Humans disappeared, and zombies became the new dominant creatures on Blue Star. Having evolved over hundreds of years. Today, our new humans have already evolved intelligence comparable to humans, and are no longer affected by bloody killings. And discover the awakening of the zombie bloodline. Today will be the day when you awaken your bloodline. At the same time, it will also determine the ladder of your future life. I won't talk nonsense here. I personally hope that every student here can reach the height of Long Qianyang and become the pillar of the zombie family. The Long Qianyang Zhang Kwong mentioned was not a zombie in Area 65, but he was a target that everyone in the 195 dungeons around the world knew and aspired to. Awakening the bloodline of apex-level zombies. Currently, he is the commander of the Ground Dragon Reverse Army. Not only Zhang Kwong, but all the middle school principals in the underground city will use Long Qianyang's deeds to guide their students. After all, he is the top of the clouds among zombies. At this time, among the students, Shen Qing looked at the restriction fence that was about to be erected, with no emotion in his gray eyes. Green, a trace of silver-white hair moved in the wind. The girl, who also had blue-gray skin, but could not hide her peerless beauty, looked at Shen Qing with curious eyes. Qing, don't you expect it at all? Now that it appears here. That girl is naturally a senior student in number 65 middle school. Tang Ling was even the top student in 65 number 1 affiliated middle school. He poked his head playfully, with a smile as sweet as the spring breeze on his flawless face. Tang Ling pouted and complained. You are indeed a big bore. As long as you awaken the bloodline above middle level this time, you can get out of the dungeon. Don't you even look forward to it? After all, your parents are. Shen Qing. Expectations and reality are two different things. Shen Qing is no better than Tang Ling, although the quality of performance is not directly related to the outcome of awakening. But during the 3 years of high school, Tang Ling showed talents far beyond those of ordinary zombies. And what about yourself? In the preliminary evaluation of the school's strength, it was even ranked at the bottom of the school. With such qualifications, how can one get out of the underground city and go to the above-ground world to find his parents? The world of zombies is not without its dangers. On the contrary, the crisis-ridden world on Earth is the best portrayal of this. Shen Qing had learned about it in some zombie history. More than 500 years ago, the zombie crisis broke out, and humans created a batch of special artificial intelligence robots to defend against zombies. Now, after hundreds of years of changes, artificial intelligence has infinite possibilities for improvement, and its technological development is terrifying. But they still perform strangulation on zombies. The group of robots responsible for strangulation zombies are called by the above world. Executor, the restraint fence is ready. Shen Qing spoke up. The eyes of more than 50 senior high school students also fell on the restricted fence of the playground at the same time. With the final erection of the restraint fence completed, Principal Zhang Kwong waved his hand. Students, the bloodline awakening has officially begun. He took more than 50 students to the playground. Shen Qing and Tang Ling followed the team. No one can predict the level of bloodline awakening. Originally, the influence of parents' bloodline level was only one of them. The bigger factor that determines the bloodline level depends on the actual situation of the awakened person. Some people's parents are high-level bloodline zombies, but they just awaken a low-level bloodline. Some people, whose parents are from the grassroots level, have awakened high-level bloodline or even apex-level bloodline. In the final analysis, the bloodline level has actually been determined when the zombie is born. Efforts made the day after tomorrow can only have a minimal impact. Shen Qing's parents are both high-level zombies. In the earthly world, those who are beyond the high-level bloodline are infinitely close to the apex-level bloodline. But 3 years ago, the two of them suddenly disappeared. The explanation given by the earthly world is, while attacking an enforcer camp, the two of them disappeared inexplicably. No trace at all. It is for this reason that the zombie army in the above-ground world, which belongs to the underground city of Area 65, will give Shen Qing a special privilege. A privilege that allows you to go to the above world as long as you awaken the middle-level zombie bloodline. He said that he would give Shen Qing a chance to find his parents. In fact, it was a kind compensation made out of the merit of Shen Qing's parents. What if we really want to find the two people who have disappeared? The zombie army in Area 65 will not waste resources in vain. The group of people came to the restriction fence, and Principal Crazy stepped forward and bowed to an old man with a white beard. Instructor Liu, I'm sorry to trouble you, kids. Instructor Liu nodded lightly and said, it's all as it should be. Instructor Liu did not deliberately hide his own strength, not to mention that most of the zombies also knew his identity. Lu Hong, bloodline level, high-level bloodline. Blood awakening value, 51%. Bloodline characteristics, bone strengthening. Feeling the hot gazes of the students, Lu Hong said calmly. After awakening the bloodline, the strength of the zombies will be improved in 2 aspects. The bloodline level determines the upper limit of a zombie's future strength. The bloodline awakening value is the standard for measuring the degree of development of a zombie's bloodline level. The higher the awakening value, the stronger the strength. Every 1% increase in bloodline awakening value will have a huge impact on the zombie's strength. If the 1% bloodline awakening value of high-level bloodline zombies is like that of a chick, that 50% bloodline awakening value is like a cannon or a missile. There is a qualitative gap between the two. The improvement of awakening value is inseparable from combat. Principal Zhang Kuang nodded slightly. This can also be regarded as the first graduation course before the awakening of bloodline. Lu Hong continued. The bloodline characteristics are the main core of measuring a zombie's fighting tendency. My bone strengthening is relatively rare. The bloodline characteristics of normal zombies are either the right arm or the left arm. Either the right leg or the left leg. There are also enhancements to the teeth, skull, fingers, etc. Bone strengthening belongs to the whole body strengthening category, so the strength goes without saying. On the battlefield, I can break through low-level performers just by relying on my bone strength. That's why I'm called a bull. Lu Hong is rarely popular, and students are all excited to hear it. I really hope I can awaken the high-level bloodline. I just want to awaken the middle-level bloodline. As long as it's not a junior bloodline, it's fine. After all, if you have a junior bloodline, it will be completely useless for the rest of your life. He glanced at the students talking. Shen Qing remained expressionless. He had already memorized the lessons of bloodline awakening. The bloodline levels are elementary, middle level, high level and apex level. Shen Qing knew what Principal Zhang Kuang said. The level of awakened bloodline determines the ladder of students' future life. Closing square bracket. This sentence is not a joke. The bloodline level determines the upper limit of a zombie's future strength. 195 zombie dungeons, with corresponding ladder divisions based on bloodline levels. A junior bloodline zombie with no prospects for strength. He is mainly responsible for dungeon maintenance, mining, resource collection, etc. As for why, according to zombies, the primary bloodline is useless. Very simple. Because junior bloodline zombies are the grassroots workers of the entire underground city. There is no daylight, either living in a mine forever, or becoming an exploited person working hard in underground city infrastructure. The monthly salary is not even enough for living expenses. In other words, in the eyes of middle-level and high-level bloodline zombies, junior bloodline zombies are just beasts without human rights. The hungry Lamo donkey. Middle-level bloodline zombies have basic combat strength and are mainly responsible for the defense and order maintenance of dungeons. Similar to the police superintendent before the death of mankind. High-level bloodline zombies have extremely high upper limit of strength. They are a group of zombies that can walk out of the dungeon and come to the above-ground world. They will obtain a large amount of training resources from the ground zombie army and develop their bloodline power to the extreme. Become a person that everyone respects among zombies. At the same time, corresponding family members also enjoy higher treatment in the dungeon. Of course, behind the harvest lies responsibility. High-level bloodline zombies are the backbone against the invasion of the executors and the only line of defense to protect their own dungeons from being captured. That, apex-level bloodline zombies. This is rare, and as long as it appears, it will be cultivated by the zombie army headquarters. And all resources will be given priority to apex-level zombies. In the future, they will almost all become the commanders of the zombie army in the above world. His family members have the right to enter and leave any underground city. Because the upper limit of their strength is unlimited. As long as they have enough resources, they can even match the strength of hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 high-level bloodline zombies. The leaders of the major zombie armies and Long Qianyang at the top of the clouds are the best examples. After, Principal Zhang Kuang exchanged a few words with Lu Hong before walking back. I saw him taking out a list and facing the students with a smile. Okay, next, the students whose names are read will enter in order. Everything that needs to be taught has been taught, and you have learned everything that needs to be learned. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it depends on today. First one, Tang Ling. As Zhang Kuang's words fell, the eyes of all the students were all focused on the school beauty with long silver hair. Tang Ling responded. Before setting off, he deliberately leaned into Shen Qing's ear and said, "Qing, I'm going first." Standing next to Lu Hong, Principal Zhang Kuang narrowed his eyes slightly and preached as if to show off. Tang Ling can be considered the best student in our District 65 affiliated middle school. A few days ago, without awakening the bloodline, all aspects have reached the point where the primary bloodline zombies have just awakened. What do you think, Instructor Lu? Lu Hong's eyes fell on Tang Ling's graceful figure and he couldn't deny it. Although the quality of learning has nothing to do with the awakened bloodline level, combined with the qualifications that Tang Ling has been able to show now, I think this girl should be between high level or even apex level. Hearing Lu Hong's words, Zhang Kuang was even more excited. After many years, we finally have another apex level bloodline zombie in Area 65. Area 65 Underground City. So far, there has only been one zombie who awakened the apex level bloodline. However, that was 100 years ago. Today, the leaders of the zombie army on the ground in District 65 are still assigned from other districts. Don't zombies have no respect for face? It's embarrassing to tell anyone. The pretty figure walked to the restricted fence. Tang Ling was enveloped in light red light. The purpose of a restraint fence is twofold. First, guide the awakening of the zombie bloodline in students. Second, limit the leakage of all bloodline awakening auras. As the pale red light flourished, a violent aura continued to impact from the inside out. The unbreakable fences were shaken by the breath. Tang Ling, bloodline level, apex level bloodline. Blood awakening value, 1%. Bloodline characteristics, whole body strengthening. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Zhang Kuang was shocked. Even Lu Hong, who was used to seeing the world, couldn't help but change his expression. Apex level bloodline, body strengthening. Lu Hong's words were like a switch that opened a valve to release a torrent. Almost as soon as the voice came out, Zhang Kuang was already laughing like crazy. Apex level bloodline, strengthen the whole body. I remember, who was the last person to awaken to this kind of bloodline level and bloodline characteristics, right? That one. The person Zhang Kuang was talking about was Long Qianyang. The power of bloodline characteristics, whole body strengthening, lies in the fact that whole body strengthening can strengthen the entire body. Lu Hong's bone strengthening is very strong, but it only further strengthens his own bones. In terms of body, brain, blood, etc., they are still at the level of ordinary zombies. In other words, Lu Hong's bones are strengthened on the battlefield and can be used as weapons by him. Tang Ling's full body strengthening can turn her whole body into a weapon on the battlefield. Zombie skeletons, flesh, and all other physical abilities will be strengthened. Even self-healing capabilities are included, plus the unlimited number of apex-level bloodlines. The reason why Long Qianyang can be called the top of the clouds is precisely because of full body strengthening plus apex level bloodline. As expected of the top student in our school, with enhanced body. Apex level bloodline. Sister Tang Ling and we are no longer in the same world. The strengthening of the whole body is very scary. It is said that after the bloodline awakening value reaches a certain level, the physical body can withstand the attacks of high-level executors. You know Long Qianyang, right? His bloodline awakening value is already 92%. I heard that he single-handedly challenged a Fissioner camp some time ago. That's a Fissioner, a terrifying existence that can easily destroy an underground city. Under a lot of discussion, Tang Ling has walked out of the restricted fence. Lu Hong even expressed his praise without concealment. Very good. This girl is very nice. Zhang Kuang was also extremely excited. He wished he could run to the earthly world and shout loudly. Let's see, are my students awesome? Next, Li Dudu. In the crowd, Tang Ling has come back, and many students nearby sent her congratulations. Adertisement. Shen Qing just nodded. Congratulations. Then it was gone. Tang Ling and Shen Qing have been together for more than 10 years. I know that Shen Qing has been a reserved person since he was a child. Especially after Shen Qing's parents disappeared 3 years ago, he became even more taciturn and looked like, "Don't pay attention to me, I'm very cold," all day long. Without Tang Ling by her side, Shen Qing would have been isolated by the entire school. Holding Shen Qing's arm, Tang Ling smiled playfully. Hey, Qing, I'm just waiting for your bloodline to awaken. As long as we can awaken the middle-level bloodline, we can leave the underground world together and go find your parents. Li Dudu. Bloodline level. Low-level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 1%. Bloodline characteristics. None. Next, Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang. Bloodline level. Middle-level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 1%. Bloodline characteristics. Strengthening of both wrists. Next, Wu Meng. Wu Meng. Bloodline level. High-level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 1%. Bloodline characteristics. Extreme self-healing. Watching one student after another awakening bloodline, there was even a high-level bloodline. The smile on Zhang Kuang's face never stopped. Looking at Wu Meng who had just walked out of the restriction fence, Lu Hong nodded in approval. This Wu Meng is also very good. Not only is he a high-level bloodline zombie, he also has the bloodline characteristic of extreme self-healing. There may be another strong general added to the zombie army in the above world. Extreme self-healing is different from various enhancements. It is a characteristic enhancement for the physical characteristics of the zombie itself. Zombies. The self-healing speed is not slow, and shallow injuries can be recovered in a few seconds. As long as the injury is not fatal, it will heal on its own given enough time. And extreme self-healing is to strengthen the self-healing ability of zombies to the maximum. It is said that when the bloodline awakening value reaches over 50%, it only takes a few minutes to regenerate a broken arm. Even if his head is broken, he will not die. A very strong and abnormal bloodline characteristic. There are indeed many good talents among this year's students. Lu Hong praised them without hesitation. Next, Shen Qing. Hearing his name, Shen Qing walked slowly towards the restriction fence. Tang Ling loosened his arms around Shen Qing and tried to encourage him. Qing, don't feel pressured. If it doesn't work, I will support you. Shen Qing. Lu Hong looked confused. Principal Zhang, is he the child of Shen Ming and Long Yu? Zhang Kuang glanced at Shen Qing. His originally excited expression suddenly turned sad, and he even shook his head and sighed. Yes, he has been unknown for 3 years in high school. If it weren't for his parents' affairs, I wouldn't even remember that there is such an atmosphere in the school. Lu Hong said. Shen Ming and Long Yu have made countless contributions to District 65, especially Long Yu. He was the candidate to lead the zombie army on the ground in District 65. This time, as long as the middle-level zombie bloodline is awakened, let him go to the ground. Zhang Kuang sighed and said, the problem is, based on the school's rough assessment of Shen Qing's strength, he has a middle-level bloodline. It's very difficult. Lu Hong's face turned pale, and he nodded gently, that's his business. The zombie army in District 65 has done what it should do, and it can be considered the most benevolent and righteous thing to do. A light red light lights up. Shen Qing, who was in the restriction fence, remained expressionless, with no emotion at all in his gray eyes. But a trace of uneasiness in her heart made Shen Qing a little nervous. Subsequently, before the light shines brightly, it dissipates first. Zhang Kuang and Lu Hong, who had been paying attention here, sighed at the same time. Shen Qing. Bloodline level. Primary bloodline. Blood awakening value. 1%. Bloodline characteristics. None. Arrogant and awkward. This. He had thought that Shen Qing could not awaken the middle-level zombie bloodline. But he never thought that the awakening process would be so simple. It's so simple that it catches people off guard. Lu Hong shook his head and looked away from Shen Qing. Starting tomorrow, when the zombies with high-level bloodlines are awakened, I will personally lead the team to initially increase the bloodline awakening value. Don't forget to explain it when it's over. In the crowd, Shen Qing walked back under the gaze of many people. There were also many whispers. That's it. Why does he have the nerve to continue to stand with Sister Tang Ling? I can't help it. Sister Tang Ling is a kind-hearted person. Didn't you hear that she just said that she wanted to raise him? It's so embarrassing. If I were him, I would turn around and leave now, find a mining job, and never see Sister Tang Ling again. At this time, Tang Ling's expression was also a bit unpleasant. She frowned and glared at the whisperers angrily. At the same time, he walked quickly to Shen Qing. Qing, it's okay. At worst, I will take you out myself when I grow up. Shen Qing remained expressionless. Yeah. No one knows. In his sight, the zombie panel about himself has been activated. Only, there seems to be something wrong with the hundreds of millions of Dudiu above. After the bloodline awakening is over, zombies with middle-level bloodline and above must stay and obey the distribution instructions at the end. And the primary bloodline zombies. No one cares, no one asks, I go back and find a job by myself, and from then on I become a grassroots worker. This is the ladder established by the dungeon according to the zombie blood level. It's cruel and realistic. Therefore, Shen Qing and Tang Ling said something and went home first. Area 65 Underground City. Zombie Army Family Home Number 5. After Shen Qing came back, she locked herself in the room. Looking at the zombie panel in front of him, his expression became even weirder. Zombie. Shen Qing. Bloodline level. Primary bloodline. Blood awakening value. 1%. Bloodline characteristics. None. Inherent talent of bloodline. Creation. Strength. 5. Strength relates to overall destructive power. Agility. 5. Agility is related to overall speed. Strength. 5. Strength is related to overall self-healing ability. Inherent talent of bloodline. Closing square bracket. Create. Closing square bracket. Shen Qing was a little confused. During his 3 years in high school, he had memorized the knowledge about the awakening of the zombie bloodline. But the term, inherent talent of blood, was unheard of and unheard of. This seems to be a completely new and never explored territory in the zombie bloodline. The function of bloodline inherent talent, creation, is to create anything based on the mind's imagination. Although the creation of life is taboo, it is still within the scope of creation. After a while, Shen Qing tried. Creation, Zombie Shen Qing, Apex level. Bloodline. Suddenly, a burst of light red light flashed, and then quickly turned from light red to blood red. Finally, it changes from blood red to deep black. It wasn't until the black light converged and integrated into Shen Qing's body that this fantasy-like scene gradually disappeared. Only, Shen Qing's usually emotionless face showed rare surprise. Zombie. Shen Qing. Bloodline level, main, primary bloodline. Bloodline level, time, apex level bloodline, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Blood awakening value, 1%. Bloodline characteristics, main, none. Bloodline characteristics times extreme body strengthening, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Inherent talent of bloodline, creation. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Stamina, 15. Actually, was it really created? Shen Qing was shocked. I was just trying, but I didn't expect to actually create an apex level bloodline for myself. Is this the apex level bloodline? Just the difference in bloodline level can directly increase the 3-phase attributes by 3 times. Closing square bracket. After the brief shock, Shen Qing regained his composure. Although it is an apex level bloodline, since it cannot be checked by other zombies, I am afraid it will not work if I want to use it to get out of the dungeon and go to the above-ground world. Closing square bracket. However, depending on your strength, you will be discovered by the zombie army sooner or later, and it will be a matter of time before you leave the dungeon. Closing square bracket. Before Shen Qing could continue planning, a feeling of dizziness came over suddenly without any warning. Shen Qing's eyes only felt dark. When you open your eyes again, he was seeing Tang Ling walking around the room with a worried look on his face. After taking another look at the zombie panel to make sure that what happened just now was not a dream, Shen Qing stood up. At the same time, Tang Ling, who noticed that he was awake, walked quickly to the bedside, her voice trembling with worry. "Qing, you scared me to death. What happened to you just now? Why did you faint suddenly?" Unconscious. More than 3 hours had passed since Shen Qing passed out. Tang Ling came to the zombie military home after Principal Zhang Kuang's follow-up explanation. Unexpectedly, before he even knocked on the door, he saw Shen Qing passed out from the window. As for then, the beaten wooden door told Shen Qing everything. Shen Qing smiled slightly and said, "I'm fine." Tang Ling said, "It's okay. Come with me to the Zombie Detection Institute to have a look. I suspect that you can't bear the blow and your mentality has collapsed. Be careful that you have a mental problem." Shen Qing, has the distribution been completed? Although Shen Qing was not good at expressing, her heart felt warm when she saw the anxious Tang Ling. Tang Ling's concern for him was seen in Shen Qing's eyes and remembered in her heart. Unfortunately, from tomorrow on, the two of them will be temporarily separated. Seeing that Shen Qing looked like a zombie, Tang Ling was furious. "When I got up there, I planned to steal a hug and carry Shen Qing to the laboratory. Fortunately, Shen Qing stopped him in time and the exaggerated incident did not happen. Don't worry, I'm fine. You haven't told your uncle and aunt yet about your awakening of the apex level zombie bloodline, right? I know my body well, so go back first." After Shen Qing's repeated explanations and assurances, Tang Ling left with a worried look on his face. After Tang Ling left, Shen Qing planned to try the bloodline inherent talent creation again. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea. The fainting just now should be a sequelae of using creation. Closing square bracket. If you use it in the future, it's better to be careful. Closing square bracket. Putting her thoughts away, Shen Qing changed into clean clothes and then left home. Area 65 Dungeon. Zombie Engineering Distribution Office. All zombies who have awakened their primary bloodline must report here on the same day. You can't just find a job whenever you want. Instead, the agency will allocate the zombies based on their actual situation. Of course, there will also be many grassroots department heads who personally select people. When Shen Qing came to the engineering office, she had already noticed many familiar faces. There are more than 50 students in the school today, and almost 30 of them are junior bloodlines. It can be seen that the middle-level bloodline is already considered superior among zombies. Distribution Office. A tall female zombie, at least 1.8 meters tall, was observing the awakening data about Shen Qing with her legs crossed and a cigarette in her mouth. After a while, the female zombie scratched her slightly sloppy long hair. Yes, just you. Shen Qing, right, you are lucky to be chosen by me. From today on, you are a member of the excavation team. The monthly salary is 1,000, including life insurance and accident insurance. You can report to the excavation team later. Although the female zombie is sloppy, it is not difficult to see from her beautiful hair that her appearance is no less than that of Tang Ling. However, this image somewhat spoils that face. After taking a puff of cigarette, the female zombie patted her forehead slightly and said lazily, "Oh right. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hongyu, leader of the excavation team. Strength, high-level bloodline, awakening value 58%. I prefer others to call me Sister Hong. High-level bloodline. Bloodline awakening value 58%. Shen Qing was shocked. Hongyu said smugly, "What? Are you afraid? Once you are afraid, just be honest and obedient to me. I will report to the excavation team myself. I will go there if I have time in the afternoon. After finishing her words, Hongyu waved her hand, sat down lazily again, lit a cigarette and smacked her lips. I don't know if I can fool another person. Shen Qing. Zombies with high-level bloodline rarely return to dungeons under normal circumstances. After all, they are busy with the troubles in the above world, so how can they have time to care about things in the underground city? People like Lu Hong only come back when students awaken their bloodlines, and they are very busy in the past. Red Moon. A zombie with high-level bloodline, and the bloodline awakening value is as high as a terrifying 58%. Such a person is actually the leader of the excavation team. It is clear, she's bragging. Area 65 Underground City. Excavation team. Looking at the broken door and the excavation tools randomly placed aside, Shen Qing shook his head and walked in. Suddenly, a silly voice came. You knew. Following the sound, a fat zombie about 1.78 meters tall and weighing at least 300 pounds came into view. The fat zombie was wearing a yellow mining hat and a yellow mining suit. He was holding a pickaxe in his hand and walked towards him while twisting his fat butt and shaking his body. I didn't hear what Sister Hong said. Boy, did you just wake up today? Although Shen Qing is not good at words, he is not a fool. When someone talks to you, you still have to respond politely. Then it was gone. Bai Wuhua smacked her lips. Tisk, is he a mute? Follow me, you're here. It just so happens that I have a mission tonight, and I just want to show you the world. Shen Qing followed the other party. Bai Wuhua suddenly stopped before taking 2 steps, and said with a kind smile, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bai Wuhua. Others call me Lao Bai. You can call me whatever you like. Strength, middle-level bloodline, awakening value 42%. Shen Qing. What happened? What is going on with these people? Closing square bracket." At this time, Shen Qing finally realized something was wrong. Excavation team. Why is there a zombie of high-level bloodline and a middle-level bloodline in a department that is obviously the most basic level? And this bloodline awakening value? Under normal circumstances, grassroots workers will not fight, and their bloodline awakening value will naturally not increase. Some grassroots workers may not even reach 2% of their bloodline awakening value throughout their entire lives. Even those zombies who have awakened high-level bloodline want to increase their awakening value at first. They must also be protected by the zombie army on the ground and risk being attacked by order walkers to search for zombie beasts. Only in this way can the awakening value be slowly increased in a safer manner. But the red moon before, and the white 5 flowers now. What the hell are they? Soon, Shen Qing was led by Bai Wuhua to the office of the excavation team. But it's not so much an office as it is a shabby iron house embedded in the rock wall. A variety of raw ores are placed on the messy wooden table. Twisted paper balls were everywhere. Even the surrounding air was filled with the pungent smell of smoke. The desk at the end is better. A boss chair that has gone through hundreds of years and has been patched with hundreds of patches, plus a slightly tidy desk. Obviously, that is the position of the leader of the excavation team. There were 2 other people in the office. A skinny, dusty, and listless bald male zombie. A little zombie Lolita with black hair and twin tails who is less than 1.5 meters tall and has a sweet and cute appearance but also a gray face. Bai Wuhua slapped Shen Qing on the back and introduced with a smile, "Mu Bengtu, Gao Xiaoxiao. Oh, by the way, what's your name? I forgot to ask just now." Shen Qing. Shen Qing. Looking at these strange zombies in the office, Shen Qing felt that her outlook on life had been refreshed. Loli and the thin man stood up at the same time. Mu Lengtu was obviously not good at words, so he nodded to express his greeting. But Gao Xiaoxiao jumped up and down in front of Shen Qing, circled twice and said in disbelief, "So fair. Old Bai, are you sure you're not mistaken? Or is Sister Hong crazy again?" Bai Wuhua spread his hands and said with a face full of, "You ask me, who should I ask? I don't know." But since he came to the door on his own initiative, how could there be any reason to let him run away? Shen Qing. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong with this group of people. Closing square bracket. Somehow, Shen Qing suddenly had the illusion of a sheep in a wolf's den. Gao Xiaoxiao stretched out his white hands and smiled politely. Gao Xiaoxiao, strong, high-level bloodline, bloodline awakening value 37%. Mu Lengtu stood there and nodded coldly. Mu Haodou, high level, 39%. Although Shen Qing's expression remained calm, he was actually quite panicked. Nani, what the hell are these people? Closing square bracket. Shen Qing, primary bloodline, bloodline awakening value 1%. This moment, when Shen Qing revealed his strength, even though the zombie's blood was cold, his face felt burning pain. Shame on you. Compared with this group of grassroots workers, he felt so embarrassed that he couldn't hold his head up. When Mu Lengtu heard about Shen Qing's strength, he frowned visibly. Gao Xiaoxiao said suspiciously, primary bloodline, 1%. Shen Qing, is your bloodline special? Bai Wuhua also looked at him with some confusion. Shen Qing, I have no bloodline characteristics. As soon as these words came out, it was the other three zombies' turn to be shocked. Gao Xiaoxiao was stunned and said, what? No bloodline characteristics? What the hell is Sister Hong doing? Is it true that you are crazy again? Lao Bai, you. Bai Wuhua spread his hands. Don't ask me, I'm confused too. On the contrary, Mu Lengtu made a guess that caught the zombies off guard. Mu Bengtu sat on a shabby wooden chair and took a puff of cigarette. Tell me, could it be Sister Hong who has fallen in love with this guy? Gao Xiaoxiao, PFF, Bai Wuhua, @%. You are so talented. But never mind him, since he's here, there's no reason to let him escape. It's not scary if he doesn't have strength, as long as he has legs. In the following time, Shen Qing was restless. Every one of these people is a monster. The one with the lowest strength is Bai Wuhua, and the other two are actually high-level bloodline zombies. After all, wouldn't there be a total of 3 high-level bloodline zombies and 1 middle-level bloodline zombie in this excavation team? Are you sure this is the excavation team, instead of the ground zombie vanguard? Until about 7 o'clock in the evening. Only then did Hongyu's lazy and slovenly figure appear. Feeling the silent and anomaly atmosphere in the office, Hongyu chuckled. Already know each other? Are you particularly curious? Gao Xiaoxiao and Bai Wuhua nodded like pecking rice. Especially Gao Xiaoxiao, who even said nervously, Sister Hong, don't you have a crush on Shen Qing? Hongyu pinched her chin and squinted her eyes, stared at Shen Qing and nodded responsibly. He does suit my taste. It's not impossible, it depends on what he wants. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Shen Qing even subconsciously squirmed his throat. Hongyu chuckled and waved her hand. Gone. Please cheer me up for tonight's mission, otherwise. Hongyu's voice suddenly stopped, and her originally smiling expression sank without warning. Otherwise, you will die. Area 65 Underground City. Eastern Mine. The entire Area 65 is surrounded by mine excavations on all sides. There are 2 purposes for excavation. First, all kinds of raw ore in the mine are necessary for the normal maintenance of the underground city. Second, mine excavation is conducive to the expansion of the overall underground city. The eastern part is the mine with the lowest degree of excavation and the least output. Of the 4 major excavation teams, only those led by Hongyu took over this thankless place. As for the reason, that's what other excavation teams said. That crazy woman is mentally ill. The bright lights of the underground city faded away, and the dark and damp mine gave Shen Qing a very uncomfortable feeling. Hongyu smoked a cigarette and patted Shen Qing on the shoulder. There's no other reason to accept you. We're simply short of manpower. There aren't any zombies willing to come to my east. You don't need to worry about excavation, exploration, etc., just do your job well. Shen Qing. Yeah, until now, Shen Qing still hasn't figured out what this group of people is doing. Dig, what a joke. Have you ever seen an excavation team with 3 high-level bloodline zombies? Hongyu. Don't ask me what I need you to do. Shen Qing did not answer. Hongyu stared at Shen Qing's fair and handsome face, licked her lips and said, actually, you don't have to do anything, just be my little lover. Bai Wuhua vomited. PFF, Sister Hong, can you please stop joking? When you go crazy, please remind us, we are so stupid and hiding. Withdrawing her eyes that were full of impropriety, Hongyu told the story while walking on her way. Shen Qing also gradually understood the special features of this special group of zombies. Hongyu, she really didn't brag. Zombie. Red Moon. Bloodline level. High level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 58%. Bloodline characteristics. Abnormal violence. They were expelled from the earthly world, mainly because of their bloodline characteristics. Her abnormal rage is what makes her known as a madman. When using abnormal rage, Hongyu will enter a true berserk mode that does not distinguish between friend and foe. When she was in the zombie army on the ground, she lost control of her strength and killed all the zombies in her team. In the end, he was expelled back to the underground world by the zombie army on the ground, and was explicitly prohibited from using the power of bloodline characteristics in the future. Zombie. Bai Wuhua. Bloodline level. Middle level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 42%. Bloodline characteristics. Abnormal fat. After awakening the bloodline, he was ignored because of the characteristics of the waste bloodline. No order team was willing to accept him, and he was eventually reduced to a grassroots worker. After all, the effect of idiosyncratic fat is equivalent to nothing. In today's world of zombies, reality is so cruel. Zombie. Gao Xiaoxiao. Bloodline level. High level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 37%. Bloodline characteristics. Abnormal hair. The same experience as Bai Wuhua, because the bloodline characteristics are too useless, let alone the zombie army on the ground. No one even wants the order team. Zombie. Mu Bang. Bloodline level. High level bloodline. Blood awakening value. 39%. Bloodline characteristics. Abnormal calmness. 4 zombies, 4 bloodline characteristics, all abnormal. The meaning of abnormality is obvious, that is, there is a problem with the ability. He glanced at Mu Langtu, who was walking silently without saying a word. Hongyu smiled and said, I was not good at words at first, but in the end I became unusually calm and became a pig's head stew. In the final analysis, we zombies are all abnormal zombies with problems. On the other hand, you are probably the only normal guy in our Eastern excavation team. Abnormality. Waste. Shen Qing glanced at the 4 people who were rushing on their way, but she didn't think so in her heart. If these people are all problem zombies, where do their awakening values come from? His eyes finally fell on Hongyu. Shen Qing rarely spoke. I'm afraid in your eyes, they may not be abnormal, right? Bai Wuhua said in disbelief. Oh, let me go. This guy actually said 13 words in one breath, including punctuation, it's 15 words, right? Gao Xiaoxiao jumped to Shen Qing's side, flashed his big eyes and smiled. You seem to be smarter than we thought. Good. Let's not talk about the Red Moon. As for the 3 zombies, Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, and Mu Langtu, their bloodline characteristics are indeed trash. But waste also has uses for waste, otherwise where would the bloodline awakening values of the 3 zombies come from? Only. Hongyu did not give any further explanation. When several people stopped at the same time, she raised her chin. No, everything you are curious about is here. Deep in the eastern mine. At the end of several narrow mine tunnels, there is a natural cave. Enter the cave. Shen Qing's white-gray pupils dilated significantly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Beast Den. Shen Qing deeply remembers that when he was in school, he read a book about zombie beasts. The so-called zombie beasts are the manifestations of beasts transformed into zombies. The cave is the collective name for a place where a large number of zombie beasts gather. Nowadays, there have been zombies in the world for more than 500 years, and the zombie beasts are completely different from the original ones. Although they have not evolved intelligence, they have the ability to reproduce, attack, and think. The source of zombies' awakening value is combat, no matter what species they are. Be it a zombie beast, an executor, or a fissioner. As long as it is an unreserved battle, the corresponding awakening value of the zombies will be increased according to the actual combat situation. As Lu Hong said before, students who awaken high-level bloodline zombies will undergo a preliminary increase in awakening value. It is to search for zombie beasts in the above world. Because the zombie beast is the most suitable target with the least threat and the most profit for the zombies. But as time goes by, zombies have long lifespans, and the number of high-level bloodline zombies in the above world is slowly increasing. The number of zombie beasts is becoming less and less, in order to help the newly awakened high-level bloodline zombies increase their awakening value. The zombie army will even go deep into undeveloped areas on the ground to take risks at all costs. But now, the zombie army has to venture into unexplored areas to find the zombie beasts. There is actually a complete beast cave in the underground world. How could Shen Qing not be surprised? Bai Wuhua shook his body and said with joy, "Hey, you know a lot, don't you? Even the beast cave knows about it. This is the biggest secret of the Eastern Excavation Group. Shen Qing, from now on you will be a member of the Eastern Excavation Group. If you leak any secrets, be careful, we will silence you." The Bai Wuhua incident was just a joke. Moment. Hongyu put away her smile and warned in a more serious tone. "Okay, I understand everything I need to know. The next step is today's task, which is also necessary for Lao Bai to break through his awakening value. The task is difficult. There are at least 5 adult zombie beasts surrounding the east and west sides. It's not a big problem for you, but you need to be careful." After finishing her words, Hongyu's eyes fell on Shen Qing. "The reason why I brought you here is to help you increase your awakening value. Even if you don't have bloodline characteristics, as long as your awakening value is high enough, your attributes will increase. At the same time, you also have a mission. As for what mission, wait until you get there and follow your orders." Bai Wuhua Fatty trembled slightly. "Old Mu, let's get started." The words just fell. Mu Lengtu's gray eyes suddenly glowed with light blue fluorescence. An unprecedented sense of spying came to Shen Qing's heart. Mu Bengtu was expressionless, exceptionally calm. Perception spreads. Abnormal calmness and diffusion of perception. This is one of Lao Mu's abilities. It is mainly used for investigation. Watching her gray eyes turn into fluorescent blue, Hongyu explained appropriately. Lao Mu's ability is actually very strong. The reason why no one wants it. The main reason is also due to Lao Mu's character. He is not good at words, and he is extremely calm. It makes him become a dull person when he activates his abilities. When, sudden, there was a dull sound. In Shen Qing's sight, a hammer that was still in Lao Mu's hand was thrown out without any warning. At the same time, the 2 zombies, Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao, followed the flying hammer with significantly faster pace. Hongyu noticed the confusion on Shen Qing's face. He casually put out the cigarette butt and said, "Isn't it weird? But this is the only reaction that old Mu can give under his abnormal calmness. Wherever the hammer reaches, that's the safest route. Of course, Lao Mu can also lead us directly, but his combat ability is poor. So, to prevent emergencies from happening, it is actually safer to let Lao Bai and Xiao Xiao explore the road after throwing away the hammer." After saying that, Hongyu led Shen Qing to follow a few people. This way of giving reactions can only be used by us. In the above world, which zombie would wait for you to throw a hammer? In the end, I'm just making the best use of everything. When, in the dark cave, the muffled sound of the hammer falling to the ground echoed over and over again. Under the guidance of Mu Lengtu, Shen Qing and others did not encounter even half a zombie beast along the way. Especially the deeper Shen Qing goes, the more frightened she becomes. Mu Bengtu's unusual calmness can be called abnormal. Sometimes, they follow the hammer and even pass by powerful zombie beasts. Every route is astonishingly accurate. After several twists and turns, the hammer that kept flying stopped in front of a natural cave. "Arrive, Sister Hong." Bai Wuhua shook her body and said. Hongyu nodded lightly, scratched her hair lazily and said, "Follow the previous plan. In another hour or 2, the energy of the corpse core will reach its peak. We will take action then." Shen Qing's gray eyes clearly palpitated when he heard the word corpse core. Corpse core, according to the records after the zombies awakened. That is a necessity when the zombie bloodline awakening value reaches 49%. The main purpose is to help zombies whose awakening value reaches 49%, and successfully increase it to 50%. When I heard Hong Yu's words about Lao Bai's necessities for breaking through the awakening value before, Shen Qing had already thought it would be a corpse core. But I didn't expect it. This very rare resource actually appears in the beast's cave. After Hong Yu finished speaking, she glanced at Shen Qing, who barely spoke along the way. "You, let Lao Mu find a zombie beast to practice with, it will just increase your awakening value." Shen Qing. Yeah. Withdrawing her thoughts, Shen Qing came to Lao Mu. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao were busy with matters outside the cave. It seems like something like a restrictive fence is being built. Mu Bengtu, who had lost his abnormal calmness, still looked like he was not good at words. He nodded to Shen Qing and gave a rare reminder, if you can't bear it, call someone. The words fell. Mu Bengtu's gray pupils turned fluorescent blue again. The hammer in his hand has been spinning for several full moons. Whoosh! With a sound breaking through the air, the hammer flew straight in one direction. Immediately afterwards, an angry roar was heard. A junior zombie beast with its head smashed out of the pit rushed towards this direction like crazy. Lao Mu retreated and remained calm. He lighted a cigarette unhurriedly, scratched his beard and blew out smoke rings without even looking at Shen Qing. Just walked straight to Hongyu. Can he do it? Mu Bengtu asked. Hongyu shrugged and took the cigarette from Lao Mu. I don't know. I haven't trained zombies with primary bloodline and no characteristics. But just keep an eye on it at all times. If any accident occurs, the junior zombie beast will be killed with a hammer. Mu Bengtu. Yeah. At this time, watching the approaching primary zombie beast, Shen Qing was a little nervous. He finally had to face a battle. This was also the first time since he was born that he had experienced the battle of zombies. No matter how much knowledge is learned in textbooks and records, compared with actual combat, it is still a world away. But knowledge is not useless. Elementary zombie beast. Closing square bracket. Under normal circumstances, the average value of the three-phase attributes is 10 points. Closing square bracket. Among the three-phase attributes, there is a high probability that a higher core attribute will appear based on the specific situation of the zombie beast. Closing square bracket. This junior zombie beast is transformed into a leopard zombie, so agility will most likely be its core attribute. Closing square bracket. As long as I'm careful, I should be fine coping now. Closing square bracket. If you don't have enough strength, you have to learn to make it up. At the beginning, although Shen Qing was very poor in talent in school, he was top-notch in basic theoretical knowledge. So, the first time he saw the junior zombie beast in front of him, he had already analyzed the pros and cons between himself and the opponent. Clenching her fists tightly, Shen Qing breathed out a trembling breath. At the same time, the speed of the junior zombie beast also increased suddenly, and the zombie leopard's sharp claws were about to tear it apart. Lao Mu, who was watching this scene not far away, had the iron hammer in his hand ready to go. Doubts came from Hongyu's mouth. In sight, Shen Qing managed to dodge under the zombie leopard's extremely fast claws. At the same time, he punched the zombie leopard in the abdomen. Hiss, there's something about this speed. Old Mu, what do you think? Mu Bengtu said expressionlessly. Agility is at least 15. As Lao Mu's words came out, Hongyu's face changed obviously. That was a surprise. Hey, did I find a treasure this time? Elementary bloodline, no bloodline characteristics, bloodline awakening value 1%. But he has at least 15 points of agility. I'm afraid this kid is hiding something deliberately. Hongyu licked her lips as she watched Shen Qing dodge like a monkey under the zombie leopard's extremely fast attack. It doesn't matter what he's hiding. Once it's in my hands, there's no reason to let him slip away. Although Hongyu has never brought along primary bloodline zombies. But I still understand some basics. For junior bloodline zombies, when they first awaken their bloodline, their three-phase attributes are generally between 4 and 5 because their bloodline awakening value is 1%. The three-phase attributes of middle-level bloodline zombies are generally between 9 and 10. Even for high-level bloodline zombies, their three-phase attributes are only 13 to 14. Only apex-level bloodline zombies may have attributes exceeding 15 when they are just awakened. Shen Qing is obviously just a junior bloodline zombie, but he has at least 15 points of agility. What else can this be but a treasure? However, Mu Bengtu suddenly said without emotion, according to your request, the zombie leopard is approaching middle level. Even if the three phases are 15, you will still suffer. At first, before Lao Mu and others had raised their awakening value, Hongyu set a rule for them. The increase in awakening value is closely related to combat difficulty, physical overdraft, etc. The higher the difficulty of the battle, the greater the physical overdraft, and the more the awakening value increases. Therefore, the zombie leopard that Lao Mu attracted this time was only a junior zombie beast. However, various factors such as strength make it very close to the middle-level zombie beast. Although the strength attribute is less than 15. But his physical strength and agility attributes are surprisingly high. Especially agile. It even exceeded 20. Even if Shen Qing has 3 attributes of 15, he will never be a match for zombie leopard. After all, although the zombie's body feels no pain, it is tireless. But as the battle continues, aspects such as thinking and reactions will become slowly slower. Zombie beasts, on the other hand, will only get crazier as they fight. The speed and other aspects are far superior to the original. That's why Lao Mu said that Shen Qing couldn't hold on any longer. As expected, just when Lao Mu's voice fell, Shen Qing could barely cope with it originally. The next moment, because he couldn't dodge, a small gash was ripped out of his right arm by the zombie leopard's sharp claws. Blue-black blood flowed out. Shen Qing frowned. Looking at the slightly ferocious zombie leopard in front of him, he felt his reaction slow down. Shen Qing knew that his body had begun to decline due to overdraft and fighting. Extreme body strengthening, rapid wound healing. Closing square bracket. With the use of bloodline characteristics and extreme body strengthening, the wound on his right arm, which was originally healing slowly, has accelerated in a very obvious trend. It takes at most 4 to 5 seconds for the wound to recover as before. However, because the bloodline awakening value has not been improved, many aspects of extreme body strengthening have not been developed. It is unlikely to be used for combat enhancement. His eyes subconsciously glanced at Lao Mu, who was not far away and was always ready to take action. Shen Qing pursed her lips. The somewhat trembling breath gradually calmed down. The gray eyes slowly closed at this critical moment. The zombie leopard captured this extremely keenly, and its huge body burst out even faster than before. The sharp leopard claws and bloody fangs rushed towards Shen Qing. Lao Mu, who was not far away, had also slightly raised the iron hammer in his hand. Seeing that Shen Qing had reached her limit, he planned to end the zombie leopard's life. But the next moment, Shen Qing's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. Create. Bloodline characteristics. Exceptionally calm. Almost at the same time he opened his eyes, Shen Qing's originally gray pupils suddenly turned a faint layer of fluorescent blue. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Closing square bracket. The sharp leopard claws fell like lightning. If this claw hit Shen Qing, his head would probably be cut off directly. Lao Mu's hammer had already been thrown out, and it reached the side of the zombie leopard's head almost instantly. An accident happened. The zombie leopard suddenly let out a beastly roar, and a faint layer of gray emitted from its body. It actually made it forcefully resist Lao Mu's iron hammer. Not only that, the sharp claws that fell at a high speed were not hindered at all, and were already about to touch Shen Qing's throat. Aha, not good. Lao Mu was obviously shocked. He did not expect that this zombie leopard would successfully reach the middle-level zombie beast in this battle. Middle-level zombie beasts have violent characteristics. When fatally wounded, the zombie beast's blood will boil. The 3 attributes of strength, agility, and physical strength have been greatly improved. The layer of gray on the zombie leopard's body just now is the characteristic of the zombie beast turning violent. Looking at Shen Qing's head, he is about to move. Hongyu could not sit still for a while. When she stood up, a layer of rich gray appeared on her body. Those gray and lazy eyes gradually turned into blood red at this moment. Etc. Lao Mu interrupted Hongyu. He looked in Shen Qing's direction strangely. The gray layer on Hongyu's body has not dissipated, and she is also surprised. How did that kid avoid it? Good. At this time, both zombies noticed Shen Qing. Shen Qing, who was supposed to have his throat ripped open by sharp claws and his head moved on the spot, is now standing intact. The zombie leopard's sharp claws were knocked out in one blow. Roar. One hit missed. The zombie leopard was obviously angry, and its blood-red eyes were fixed on Shen Qing. The storm-like claw offensive never stopped for a moment. The bodies that Hongyu and Lao Mu planned to support did not move a step. Only because, under their gaze, Shen Qing was able to dodge the storm-like claw attack every time. No, to be precise, Shen Qing's avoidance was not dangerous, but just right. At first, in the battle between Shen Qing and the zombie leopard, his dodge was greatly improved. Now his dodge was only one step. By turning sideways, retreating, or bending down, he could easily avoid all the zombie leopard's attacks. This, Hongyu was shocked. Lao Mu suddenly clenched the iron hammer in his hand, his body trembled slightly, and his great pupils gradually expanded. After a few seconds, he suddenly woke up. Hongyu, who stood up in shock and also noticed something, said the same thing. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. At this time, Shen Qing's pupils exuded a light fluorescent blue. The attack that was originally extremely fast seemed to slow down in his eyes. The body's reaction speed is also far higher than before. Is this abnormal calmness? Closing square bracket. What a perverted trait. Closing square bracket. This characteristic, combined with it in battle, is a completely magical skill. Closing square bracket. Good. At the critical moment just now, Shen Qing created Lao Mu's bloodline characteristics. Extraordinarily calm. And while acquiring the characteristics, he releases the abnormal calmness and accurate perception that arises in his mind. As for the effect, it's terrifying. What Shen Qing had been worried about before was whether he would faint on the spot after using creation. That didn't happen. On the contrary, under his abnormal calmness, Shen Qing guessed that the last coma was probably because the goal of creation was too high. One is the abnormal bloodline characteristic. One is at the top bloodline level. To put it bluntly, apex level bloodline can be called defying the heavens and changing fate. The unusual calmness is just a problematic bloodline trait. The two cannot be synonymous. Ever since, Shen Qing came to a conclusion. The sequelae of creation do exist, but only when the goal of creation is too high will the sequelae of fainting occur. Looking at the furious zombie leopard in front of him, Shen Qing did not hesitate any longer. Entering the battle alone. Not far away, Hongyu has sat down again. Looking at Shen Qing, who was suppressing the zombie leopard, she narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, "Old Mu, we seem to have found a treasure." The words fell. Hongyu licked her lips and seemed to mutter to herself, "Elementary bloodline. No characteristics. I'm afraid, there is not a word of truth in this boy's mouth." Sister Hong, Shen Qing's eyes. Could it be that? Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao, who had just finished erecting a simple restriction fence, turned back. He noticed Shen Qing's fluorescent blue pupils and made a sound of surprise. Bai Wuhua, in particular, walked up to Mu Lengtu and stared at Lao Mu with very suspicious eyes. "No, old Mu, can your bloodline characteristics be passed on to others? How about you pass one to me and Xiaoxiao?" Mu Bengtu, "I'm sick." Bai Wuhua, "Oh, I'm talking about Lao Mu, you are biased, aren't you? Why don't you pass it on if you don't want to pass it on? Why do you think I'm sick? If I'm sick, it must be Sister Hong's madness." A very kind smile appeared on Hongyu's face. "What did you say?" In an instant, the air became a bit colder. "Put away the playfulness on your face," Hongyu said very seriously. "Are you curious about why this guy Shen Qing can use Lao Mu's abnormality to calm down?" Everyone looked at him after hearing this, especially Mu Lengtu, who rarely seemed to be energetic. For them zombies, matters related to bloodline characteristics have long been understood deeply. Bloodline characteristics are not unique. You can awaken various characteristics, and other zombies can also awaken. So, Hongyu was not too surprised that Shen Qing had the blood trait of being unusually calm. Seeing Shen Qing, who was gradually taking control of the battle, Hongyu lit a pipe and said, "This unusual calmness belongs to Shen Qing himself." Gao Xiao's little head shook like a rattle. Incredible rebuttal. No, Sister Hong, you have already read all the information about Shen Qing's awakening. He is obviously a primary bloodline zombie with no characteristics. There will never be any mistake about the detection team. Bai Wuhua nodded in agreement. The detection team is the group of zombies who arranged special restricted fences before Shen Qing awakened his bloodline. Their main responsibilities are: install special restricted fences. The special restriction fence not only restricts the breath when the bloodline awakens, but also draws out the bloodline in the zombie body. At the same time, there are also detailed records of zombies successfully awakening their bloodline. The document about Shen Qing that Hongyu read that afternoon recorded all the details. Shen Qing is a primary bloodline zombie with no characteristics. There is no doubt about this. Hongyu did not answer Gao Xiaoxiao's doubts, but smacked her lips as if remembering. When I was still on the ground, I encountered a very powerful female zombie. Later I heard that the female zombie almost became the leader of the zombie army on the ground in Area 65. Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, and Mu Lengtu looked at each other. I don't understand why Hongyu mentioned this time. The next second, the bloodline level of that female zombie is high-level bloodline. Gao Xiaoxiao. Sister Hong, this and Shen Qing. Gao Xiaoxiao was about to ask, but the second half of her sentence was blocked by Hongyu's next words. Hongyu. High-level bloodline plus a middle-level bloodline. So, she is called a zombie of high-level bloodline, infinitely close to apex-level bloodline. Bai Wuhua was shocked, and all the fat on his body trembled. All go. 2 blood levels, Hongyu continued. Not bad. That female zombie not only has 2 bloodline levels, but also has 2 bloodline characteristics. So, do you understand what happened with Shen Qing? Bai Wuhua's eyes twitched wildly. I know. What do I know? Closing square bracket. Can zombies also have 2 bloodline levels and 2 bloodline characteristics? Closing square bracket. Is Sister Hong crazy again? Closing square bracket. Gao Xiaoxiao also didn't believe it. After all, dual bloodline levels and bloodline characteristics are never mentioned in zombie records. Mu Bengtu, on the other hand, had a profound meaning and looked at Shen Qing as if he had suddenly realized something. He whispered in a deep voice, Agility 15. Explained. Shen Qing's battle will still take some time. However, because of the unusually calm appearance, Hongyu and others already knew that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. So I didn't even care about Shen Qing anymore. On the contrary, it was through Hongyu's narration that everyone learned about Shen Qing's specialness. A few minutes later, tall and small white jade fingers cover her round mouth. The pupils of the large eyes are slightly dilated. What, you mean, Shen Qing is very likely to have all 3 attributes of 15. Is this scientific? Bai Wuhua swallowed and glanced in the direction of Shen Qing. What the heck, I thought it was a pig, but to my surprise, this kid turned out to be a tiger. Sister Hong, what level do you think Shen Qing's second bloodline will be? Bai Wuhua asked the most curious question of all the zombies present. But this time, the answer was not Hongyu, but Lao Mu, who rarely spoke. Mu Bengtu remained expressionless, probably high level. Not only that, there is something wrong with his body's self-healing speed. Maybe he has other characteristics or secrets besides being abnormally calm. Bai Wuhua is in trouble. Shall I wipe it? Before, I was the little bored Shen Qing, and now I am the big bored, Lao Mu. Are you all talking too much today? Are there thorns in your mouth? Lao Mu, get out. Lao Mu's words did remind Hongyu. For normal zombies, even high-level bloodline zombies, when the bloodline awakening value is 1%, their body's self-healing ability will not be much faster. Shen Qing's right arm was torn apart by the zombie leopard before. Although the wound was not deep, it lasted for 5, 6, 7 or 8 minutes and would never be recovered. What now? On the blue-gray right arm, there is not even a scar, let alone a wound. It is clear, Shen Qing's self-healing ability far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Squinting her eyes slightly, Hongyu licked her lips and looked at Shen Qing, who knocked down the zombie leopard with the last punch. Her eyes were full of interest in Shen Qing. It seems, there will never be normal zombies in our Eastern excavation team. After Shen Qing punched the zombie leopard down, a cold iron hammer flew over. Nothing stands in the way. The hammer fell, and the zombie leopard's head was crushed on the spot. If it hadn't been for an unexpected incident, it would have been easy for Lao Mu to kill this zombie leopard instantly. But no one expected it. The junior zombie leopard will actually break through to the middle level during the battle. As for the last hit, Shen Qing understands. With your current methods, do you want to kill the zombie leopard? Dream. Zombie panthers are the same as zombies. Very strong vitality. Unless you are fatally injured, your body heals itself very quickly, and there is no such thing as slowly dying. He glanced at the zombie leopard that was instantly killed by old Mu with a hammer. Then he looked at the 4 people not far away who were staring at him with strange expressions. Shen Qing walked over silently. Just got close. Bai Wuhua put his big elbow around Shen Qing's neck. Oh, I'll go, Shen Qing, you can do it. It's hidden deep enough. Tell me, is your second bloodline level high level? Gao Xiao. Moreover, besides being unusually calm, do you really have other bloodline characteristics? Hongyu leaned lazily against the stone wall, staring at Shen Qing with a smile on her lips. She asked nothing. Shen Qing was also stunned by the sudden inquiries from these people. Exposed so quickly. Closing square bracket. But think about it. He already knew all the secrets about the Eastern Excavation Group's cave. There is no need to hide your own secrets. Then, Shen Qing's face was as calm as water and gave the answer. Apex level bloodline. Exceptionally calm. However. Aha! The four of them suddenly straightened their bodies. Even the red moon trembled subconsciously. Look up again. All four pairs of eyes were staring directly at Shen Qing. What the hell? Abnormally calm. Apex level bloodline. Bai Wuhua. You are awesome. Shen Qing still had a few tricks up his sleeve. His bloodline trait is indeed unusually calm. But at the same time, it also has extreme body strengthening. Although it is not clear where this so-called limit lies. But understanding extreme self-healing means developing your self-healing ability to the limit. As for the ultimate body strengthening, it should be similar. That's it. Only apex level bloodline. It had already scared Bai Wuhua and others to death. The four of them looked at Shen Qing as if they were looking at a monster. The testing team failed to detect your second bloodline level and characteristics. Hongyu asked after relaxing her mood. Shen Qing. Yeah. Hongyu nodded, seeming to be thinking about something. After a moment, she continued. You decide whether to stay or go. The reason why I say this is mainly because of the apex level bloodline. Shen Qing's second bloodline level is simply too strong. As long as it's just a high-level bloodline, I'm afraid Hongyu won't let such a good seedling go. Apex level bloodline. Staying in the Eastern Excavation team is completely delaying Shen Qing's future development. But there is one thing that is special. Shen Qing's situation is different from the female zombie Hongyu met before. The female zombie's second bloodline level and second bloodline characteristics can be directly detected. Shen Qing cannot be detected. Even when the bloodline is awakened, they can be mistaken for primary bloodline zombies without characteristics. Just because of this, I am afraid that the entire ground zombies in Area 65 may not believe Shen Qing's actual situation. I didn't think much about it either. Shen Qing nodded and said, just stay here for now. Hongyu didn't say anything more. She respected Shen Qing's choice and also liked Shen Qing's choice in her heart. As for why Shen Qing chose to stay in the dungeon, there are two reasons for this. First, your own second bloodline level and bloodline characteristics are created. In a short period of time, even if he says that he has apex level bloodline, he will not be taken seriously by the zombie army even in the above world until it can be proven. On the contrary, he will become an alien in their eyes. Second, Shen Qing still needs enough time to figure out more details about inherent talent and creation. The overall rhythm of the above-ground world is much faster than that of the dungeon. If he goes there, Shen Qing will not have much time left for research and creation. Instead, he was in the dungeon, following the Eastern Excavation team. It can not only increase the bloodline awakening value in the Beast Cave, but also have enough time to study the inherent talents and creations. When the bloodline awakening value increases enough in the future, it will not be too late to go to the earthly world. This is Shen Qing's plan. More than an hour later. Everything's ready. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao opened the simple restriction fence that they had arranged before. At the same time, he waved to Hongyu and others, Sister Hong, it's ready. Hongyu nodded and led Shen Qing towards the cave, explaining as she walked. There are many types of restraint fences. What we installed this time is a simple restricted fence. The main purpose is to prevent the invasion of zombies outside the cave. Later, enter the cave. We will get the corpse core as soon as possible. At that time, the corpse core will be handed over to you. You don't need to worry about the battle. Just make sure the body core is enough. This is your mission today. While talking, Shen Qing has also followed Hongyu into the cave. This is a cavern surrounded by light cyan fluorescence. At the very center of the cave, a palm-sized corpse core was in the center of a nest-like structure. Seeing this, Shen Qing calmed down. Corpse core. That is a resource that has a very small probability of being produced after the death of a powerful zombie beast and contains huge zombie energy. In general, only adult zombie beasts may contain corpse cores. Only zombie beasts above high level can be called adults. There is even a possibility of a zombie beast king appearing in adulthood. It is extremely dangerous to obtain the corpse core. The ground zombie army can only be obtained by clearing the zombie beasts near the area it belongs to. Corpse core, even in the above world. It is also one of the rarer resources. Even some high-level zombies with poor potential may not be able to break through 50% of their bloodline awakening value in their lifetime. Just because he is not qualified to receive a corpse core. Shen Qing and others just walked in. The 5 high-level zombie beasts surrounding the corpse core have already noticed their side. A wave of hostility spreads. 5 pairs of scarlet beast eyes were staring at them. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Lao Mu's eyes were covered with a layer of fluorescent blue. His whole aura was completely different from before. Shen Qing can also clearly notice that the precise perception he turned on before is not at the same level as Lao Mu's current precise perception. Is this the impact of bloodline awakening value? Closing square bracket. Old Mu, I leave the one on the far right to you. Xiao Xiao, leave the female one in the middle to you. Sister Hong, we can take care of the rest. According to the plan, I will hold down 2 of them, and you will fight them quickly. At the same time as Bai Wuhua opened his mouth, the fat on his body was also growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. My body weight of around 300 pounds has more than doubled in weight in the blink of an eye. The fat under those gray skins exudes a faint halo. Abnormal fat body shape. The words fell. Bai Wuhua rushed into the surroundings of the 2 high-level zombie beasts. It's obvious that he really intends to take care of both. I just noticed the change in Bai Wuhua. Not far away, Gao Xiaoxiao attracted Shen Qing's attention again. Don't worry, old Bai. It's just a high-level zombie. Give me 3 minutes. Abnormal hair Kamitatsu. I saw. Gao Xiaoxiao's originally very cute twin ponytails were heard with a rustling sound. The silky hair turned directly into 2 sharp sickles. At the same time, the speed of his feet suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of a high-level zombie beast. The flying twin ponytails transform into Kamameta's intensive attacks. Cute little loli zombie. At this moment, Gao Xiaoxiao is completely a runaway loli. This is the first time Shen Qing has seen the bloodline characteristics of Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao. Although he was shocked, he still admired Hongyu more. One is abnormal fat and the other is abnormal hair. 2 bloodline characteristics that should have been useless were actually able to be developed to such an extent. Hongyu is not in a hurry. He scratched his messy long hair and explained to Shen Qing while walking towards a high-level zombie beast. Abnormal fat. Although it is an enhancement of zombie fat, if used properly, Lao Bai's resistance to beatings is not inferior to the defense-enhancing properties. Even those seemingly powerful attacks may not be able to damage Lao Bai's body under his fat body. In addition, abnormal fat itself only targets fat's super-fast self-healing speed. Not to mention 2 high-level zombies. Even if you throw all 5 of them to Lao Bai, it won't hurt him at all. Smiled slightly at Shen Qing. Hongyu squinted her eyes as a reminder. Shen Qing, just like the characteristics of our bloodline. None of us zombies are normal. Besides, welcome to officially join the Eastern Excavation Group. The words fell. Hongyu has also arrived in front of a high-level zombie beast. The zombie bear raised its huge and sharp paw, intending to slap the female zombie in front of him to death. Hongyu is still unhurried. While raising his hand, an imperceptible faint crimson flashed in his eyes. Follow closely. The zombie bear was roaring angrily just a second ago. It has been reduced to a corpse. The huge bear head spun several times on the ground like a ball. So strong. Closing square bracket. Shen Qing was shocked. Just now, he didn't even see clearly how Hongyu did it. In just one breath, the head of the high-level zombie bear was separated like this. After picking her ears, Hongyu lazily walked to the nest and threw the body core to Shen Qing. Take a good look. This can also be regarded as your first high-level practical observation class in your zombie career. Putting away the corpse core, Shen Qing's eyes fell in the direction of Gao Xiaoxiao. As she said before, less than 3 minutes. The body of the high-level zombie beast she fought was cut into pieces of flesh by the sharp sickle weasels. Although not as decisive, quick and perverted as Red Moon. But Gao Xiaoxiao's bloodline awakening value is only 37%. Old Bai, I've got it done here. The tall and small twin tails return to their smoothness again. There is no trace of the wild loli she looked like just a moment ago. After glancing at Mu Bangtu, Gao Xiaoxiao said again, Old Bai, I'm going to support Lao Mu. Hongyu had already turned back with a cigarette in her mouth. Judging from her appearance, she didn't seem to intend to support a few people. Even though Bai Wuhua is still supporting too. Old Mu's abnormal calmness is indeed very strong. But in the end, abnormal calmness is more interested in investigation than fighting. In addition, Lao Mu's own bloodline awakening value is only 39%. It will take some effort to kill an adult zombie beast. After finishing speaking, Hongyu blew out a smoke ring and looked at Shen Qing with squinted eyes. In the previous battle, your bloodline awakening value only increased by 0.3%. When you were in school, you should have learned about the impact of the bloodline awakening value on a zombie's attributes, right? Only when the improvement reaches 1% will substantial changes be made to the body. When the meeting is over, let Lao Mu take you to find a few more heads and try to increase the awakening value to 2% today. It also just lets me see how far the apex level bloodline's awakening value is compared to high level. Shen Qing. Yeah, back in school, there was knowledge about the increase in bloodline awakening value and its impact on overall strength. It is indeed the focus of the course. Shen Qing has excellent theoretical knowledge and naturally understands this. For normal zombies, every 1% increase in bloodline awakening value will increase different three-phase attributes due to the influence of bloodline level. But, however, Shen Qing found that she seemed to be so different. Because just after the battle with the zombie leopard, Shen Qing clearly felt that there were some subtle changes in his strength, speed and other aspects. He looked at Hongyu, whose attention was focused on Lao Bai and Lao Mu. Shen Qing secretly opened his zombie panel. Turn it off with a careful look. But it was this observation that made Shen Qing's expression look unmoved. Zombie. Shen Qing. Bloodline level, main, primary bloodline. Bloodline level time, apex level bloodline, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Blood awakening value, 1.3%. Bloodline characteristics, main, none. Bloodline characteristics times extreme body strengthening, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Bloodline characteristics times abnormal calmness, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Inherent talent of bloodline, creation. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Stamina, 20. The three-phase attributes are increased by 5 points each. Closing square bracket. Shen Qing was a little frightened. In theoretical knowledge, it has also been mentioned that the attributes of apex level bloodline increase. Apex level bloodline. Every 1% increase in bloodline awakening value will correspond to an increase of about 30 points in three-phase attributes. It sounds like it adds more attributes than Shen Qing. But actually, the increase here is a total increase of three-phase attributes of 30 points. And now Shen Qing. The bloodline awakening value of 0.3% brings about an increase of 5 points in each of the three-phase attributes. What if it's 1%? The three-phase attributes will also increase by at least 15 points each. A total of 45 attribute points. Is it because of the dual bloodline talents? Closing square bracket. Why are you dazed? Just when Shen Qing was shocked, Hongyu's voice came from her ears. It's almost over there, so we're ready to pack up and leave. You kid, are you staring at me in a daze? Could it be that you also like my sister? Shen Qing. Hongyu ignored Shen Qing's reaction, pinched her chin with her slender fingers, and looked at Shen Qing with a serious look. Should I say it or not, your appearance is to my liking, and your second bloodline is apex level. Or, just make a living. Hey, Sister Hong, are you going crazy again? Don't bother, our little Qingzi is going to be spoiled by you. When the Bai Wuhua incident occurred, I knew Hongyu was joking. But every time he sees the crimson moon, Bai Wuhua will feel a chill running down his spine. After all, I was lucky enough to see Hongyu go crazy once. The psychological shadow left behind is indelible. He put away the joke on his face and glanced at the 3 zombies who had finished the battle. Hongyu waved her hand and said, "Take care of the battlefield and get ready to go back. Oh, by the way, let Lao Mu take Shen Qing to find some zombie beasts later. Strive to raise it to 2% today." Bai Wuhua shook off his 300 kilograms of fat and said, "Okay." Gao Xiaoxiao jumped up to Shen Qing, tilted his head and curiously pursed his lips and smiled, "How about it? Is your little lady also a strong girl?" Lao Mu never spoke a word from beginning to end, and silently began the hard work of cleaning the battlefield alone. It didn't take long. The battlefield has been initially cleaned. Hongyu and several others were also preparing to go back. Deep in the cave, an anomaly wind blew up inexplicably. Hongyu and Lao Mu suddenly frowned. "Pay attention. There seems to be another one in the cave." Shen Qing also noticed the unexpected situation at this time. In that gust of wind, he smelled the smell of blood. As if Roar didn't give any chance to react. A black shadow as fast as lightning suddenly struck Bai Wuhua. The speed was so fast that people didn't expect it. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wuhua was actually nailed to the stone wall in the distance. It happened suddenly, just between one breath and one breath. When everyone came back to look, deep in the cave, a huge creature glowed with fierce eyes. The moment the scarlet beast eyes fell on Shen Qing, he couldn't help but feel chilled to the bone. Hongyu was shocked. "Old Mu, take the people and run away." This is 1. Adult Zombie Beast King. Chapter 11. Adult Zombie Beast King. The white 5-flower giant who was nailed to the stone wall coughed a few times. He stretched his body and pulled out the dark sharp thorn. Although zombies can't feel pain, the feeling of sharp piercing into flesh is quite disgusting. "Oh, I'll go. That porcupine is making a sneak attack." Just a few seconds. Bai Wuhua's chest was stabbed, and the shocking injuries recovered quickly. He shook his fat body and waved to Lao Mu and Shen Qing. "Quickly, withdraw. We can't handle this thing." Lao Mu glanced at Shen Qing and said, "Let's go." Gao Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. Before leaving, Shen Qing couldn't help but look in the direction of Hongyu. It was at this glance that Shen Qing's gray pupils expanded. "I saw. Face the huge zombie porcupine king." Hongyu's body has been covered with a light layer of gray. The beautiful eyes, which were originally gray and brushed, also turned scarlet, which represents killing. Bai Wuhua swallowed subconsciously and said, "Xiao Qingzi, run away quickly. It's extremely dangerous here right now." Shen Qing. "Sister Hong, is she okay?" Hear the words. Bai Wuhua was stunned almost at the same time, and then burst into laughter. With a strange expression, he glanced in Hongyu's direction and said, "You may have misunderstood. The danger I'm talking about is not the zombie beast king, but Sister Hong in your mouth." Boom. Sudden. The sound of shaking the cave wall came, and Shen Qing felt that the ground under his feet and the surrounding rock walls were all shaking violently. But his attention was not on these. Instead, he looked in the direction of the red moon in astonishment. Seconds ago, the porcupine zombie beast king continues to release a frightening sense of oppression. At this time, the nearly 4-meter-long body was directly embedded in the rock wall by Hongyu's punch. Not only that, a blood hole as wide as a bucket spread directly from the zombie beast king's chest to his back. One punch, directly penetrated, closing square bracket. Bai Wuhua. Slip away, hurry up. Don't let Lao Mu lead you to increase your awakening value. Now let's sneak back to the excavation team and wait for Sister Hong to come back. Gao Xiaoxiao also spread his hands, as if he was not surprised by Hongyu's situation at this time. "Old Bai, how long do you think Sister Hong will be crazy this time?" Bai Wuhua shrugged. "Ask me, who should I ask? The last time I went crazy was in the southern mine. I came back after hammering all their excavation equipment to pieces. This time, tisk tisk, just don't empty all the zombie beasts in the cave." While talking, Shen Qing followed Lao Mu and others and also left the cave. The crude restrictive fence has not been removed. Its purpose is to temporarily reduce the number of zombie beasts outside being overwhelmed by the red moon. It wasn't until they walked out of the restricted fence that they breathed a sigh of relief. Even Lao Mu wiped the dust from his forehead in fear. Bai Wuhua said, "Xiao Qingzi, I know you are confused. Why did the 3 of us have the strength but didn't help Sister Hong? Instead, we asked her to use abnormal violence. You don't know this. Among the theoretical knowledge you have learned, there may be records of zombie beasts, but the zombie beast king cannot be described clearly with just a few strokes. Since it is called the zombie beast king, it means that its strength far exceeds that of the high-level zombie beast. A few of us can easily deal with the high-level zombie beast, but the zombie beast king. No, I was nailed to the wall just now. Gao Xiao Xiao, PFF'd. Bai Wuhua, are you smiling? If it were you, I would be embarrassed on the spot. Zombie Beast King. Shen Qing's understanding of it only exists in records. A zombie beast king is a deterrent to the dungeon and is close to being a middle-level executor in the above world. Its terrifying destructive power is invincible except for high-level zombies whose awakening value exceeds 50%. As for a more detailed narrative, and the zombie beast king's strength, attributes, etc., it is not mentioned in the records. Therefore, Shen Qing is not sure how strong the zombie beast king is. Didn't the zombie army explicitly prohibit Sister Hong from using bloodline characteristics? Shen Qing was rarely talkative. Bai Wuhua did not mock Shen Qing this time. He held out 2 fingers and said seriously, "This brings us to the second reason why we escaped. You also know that Sister Hong's bloodline characteristics will cause her to be unable to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. But did you see Sister Hong take action against us just now?" Gao Xiaoxiaoyi added. In the dungeon, the only ones that can help Sister Hong increase her awakening value are the extreme high-level zombie beast, or the zombie beast king. And Sister Hong has now found a way not to lose her mind when she uses abnormal rage. But the method is very unstable and requires many attempts. At this point, Shen Qing had a rough idea. I also understand why the moment the zombie beast king appeared, Bai Wuhua and others didn't even hesitate, turned around and ran away. There are 3 reasons. First, the zombie beast king is indeed not something they can handle. Second, the increase in bloodline awakening value is closely related to combat intensity. In line with the combat intensity of Red Moon's enhanced awakening value, there are only extreme high-level zombie beasts or zombie beast king. Third, Red Moon has found a way to stay sane while unleashing her abnormal rage. But it needs to be firmly explored in actual combat that loses sanity. Ordinary low-level, middle-level, high-level zombie beasts. Unable to bear her abnormal rage. The zombie beast king is a fitting target. No one in this group of zombies is normal. Closing square bracket. Zombie beast king. Closing square bracket. I'm afraid that even among the zombie army on the ground, it is an extremely difficult target to deal with. How can they be so relieved to leave it to Hongyu herself? Closing square bracket. It didn't take long. Eastern Excavation Group. When Shen Qing and the others came back, it's already past 11 o'clock in the evening. According to Bai Wuhua, it may take a long time for Hongyu to come back. Shen Qing went back first. That is, more than 2 hours after Shen Qing left. The iron gate of the Eastern Excavation team was kicked open. Hongyu, holding a cigarette in her mouth, scratched her messier hair and said, "Leaving." Bai Wuhua put away the smile on his face, and a rare seriousness appeared on his face. "Yeah." Hongyu waved to a few people. "Start work." Eastern Excavation Group. In the Yanbi courtyard, the broken door has been locked by Gao Xiaoxiao. Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, Lao Mu and Hongyu stood in the courtyard. Looking at the 4-meter porcupine zombie beast king, Hongyu nodded to Lao Mu, "Let's get started." I saw. Lao Mu pulled out a butcher's knife from his waist. Then he very calmly began to dissect the body of the porcupine zombie beast king. Not a moment later, he took out an irregular spherical object the size of a fist, glowing with a faint bloody light. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao looked surprised when they saw this. Hongyu also smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Today can be considered an unexpected gain. If this thing is handled properly, Xiaoxiao and Lao Mu won't have to worry about their corpse cores." Looking at the scarlet thing in his hand. If there was a zombie army on the ground present at this time, I am afraid that this thing would be recognized immediately. Beast King Corpse Core, a top resource with the most primitive killing aura of zombies and huge zombie energy. Even if Long Qianyang, the top of the clouds, is here, you are bound to be moved by this Beast King Corpse Core. Day times. Area 65 Underground City. Zombie Family Home No. 5. Qing, starting from today, we may have to be separated for a while. But don't worry, give me 3 months. In a month, I will come back to take you to the earthly world. Tang Ling's face was full of reluctance, and her slender jade fingers kept stroking her chest. Today is the day she leaves the underground city and heads to the above-ground world. After leaving, Tang Ling himself didn't know when he would be back. The world above ground is fast-paced and equally stressful. She awakens her apex-level bloodline and enjoys priority in all resources. At the same time, there are countless cool eyes staring at her behind her. But Tang Ling's performance, talent, potential, etc. are lacking. Everything you have will be in vain. Take Shen Qing to the earthly world. Don't even think about it. Shen Qing. It's okay. The excavation team is pretty good. Still not good at words. But with a slightly wandering gaze, Tang Ling could feel Shen Qing's same reluctance. A month. Just 1 month, you wait for me in the dungeon. It didn't take long. Tang Ling left. After all, the zombies that awakened with high-level bloodline or above yesterday will have a preliminary journey to increase their awakening value today. Lu Hong had already been waiting in front of the cave ladder leading to the earthly world. Waiting for the fresh blood of this zombie army to integrate. Clean up. Before leaving, Shen Qing took another look at the simple room. At the same time as the door closed, Mom, Dad, I'm going out. Regarding finding your parents in the earthly world, Shen, please take your time. The inherent talent and creation of bloodline brought apex-level bloodline to Shen Qing. At the same time, there are also bloodline characteristics, extreme body enhancement, and bloodline characteristics, abnormal calmness. The bloodline awakening value has also initially improved since yesterday's battle. Each of the 3 attributes increased by 5 points, allowing Shen Qing to understand the advantages of improving his attribute values. Going to the earthly world is only a matter of time. It didn't take long. Eastern Excavation Group. I just pushed open the iron door of the office. A sliver of sight fell into Shen Qing's eyes. Tisk tisk, you are indeed very handsome. Hongyu half reclined on the tattered leather chair, holding her chin with one hand, squinting at Shen Qing who had just entered the door. Bai Wuhua shook off his fat body, came up and hugged Shen Qing's neck and said, "Ha ha. Xiao Qingzi, you are completely useless this time. I suspect you will be eaten alive by Sister Hong in a few days." Certainly, Bai Wuhua and Hongyu are all jokes. The laughter fell and Hongyu stood up. Become. Everyone is here, let me tell you about today's mission. We have a tight schedule today and a heavy task. 50 quartz crystals, we must finish it before dark. So, what are you waiting for? Go dig with your pickaxe. Quartz crystal, closing square bracket. Shen Qing was slightly startled. After a moment, he laughed to himself again. After yesterday's incident in the Beast Cave, Shen Xiao actually forgot about the main responsibilities of the Eastern Excavation Team. Excavation Team. As the name suggests, it is a miner. The main responsibility is mining. Quartz crystals are a necessity to maintain the normal operation of the dungeon. Because of yesterday's experience in the Beast Cave, Shen Qing instinctively distanced himself from these zombies and the diggers. Bai Wuhua threw a broken iron pickaxe and said, "Why are you so dazed? You guys won't forget all about our excavation team because of what happened yesterday, right?" Glancing at Lao Mu, Bai Wuhua continued, "It's me, Lao Mu and you 3 who are going to dig up quartz crystals today. Xiao Xiao and Sister Hong have something to go to the core area. Let's go, let's hurry up. If we finish the work early, we can also let Lao Mu help you increase your awakening value." Shen Qing. Yeah, Mu Lengtu didn't say a word from beginning to end. He put the pickaxe on his shoulder and walked out of the office silently. Bai Wuhua followed with Shen Qing. On the way, Shen Qing passed by the Southern Excavation Group. Noticed some special instruments behind their gate. Bai Wuhua shrugged and explained, "Don't look at it, it's useless. That's a mining truck. Our Eastern Excavation Team, because the ore veins we mine are relatively sparse, are not allocated by our superiors. Basically hand digging is enough." Oh right. Bai Wuhua suddenly narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Southern Excavation Team maliciously. "Do you still remember the incident of Sister Hong going crazy that I mentioned yesterday? The mining equipment that Sister Hong hammered to pieces belongs to the Southern Excavation Team. So, if you see zombies from the Southern Excavation Team in the future, you have to be careful. Those guys have long hated us to the core. It's more serious than owing them 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan. Shen Qing. The art of joking. The 3 zombies have already arrived at the mineral vein of the Eastern Excavation Team. Go a little deeper until you reach a mineral point full of mining traces. Only then did Bai Wuhua stop. Okay, feel free to use it. There is no technical content in mining. Just hold a pickaxe and hit it hard. Just take it out when you see the quartz crystal. After saying the next sentence, the 2 zombies, Bai Wuhua and Mu Bangtu, each found a place and started digging with pickaxes. As for Shen Qing, Chang, seeing Bai Wuhua and Lao Mu working hard at mining, there was an image that lingered in his mind. He glanced at the 2 zombies without saying hello. Shen Qing walked towards the outskirts of the mine with a pickaxe. Soon, the tinkling sound behind me faded away. Look around to make sure there are no other zombies. Shen Qing then raised his palm slightly and faced the empty space in front of him. Just try it. Closing square bracket. Create, mining truck. Bai Wuhua here. Zombies will not get tired, but they will still feel bored when they do something repeatedly for a long time. However, for Bai Wuhua and the others, this kind of digging out quartz crystals with their hands has long been accustomed to them day after day. Chang. The pickaxe fell and pulled aside a piece of quartz crystal. Bai Wuhua asked doubtfully, "Where is Xiao Qingzi?" Mu Lengtu pointed in the direction outside the mine site. "There." Bai Wuhua. "Oh, is this kid shy? Sure enough, you guys are very boring. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a wife in the future." Mu Bangtu. Ha! Just as Mu Bangtu's chuckle fell. Buzz. Sudden, a harsh sound of a drilling rig came from outside the mine site. Bai Wuhua and Lao Mu almost subconsciously stopped their movements. They looked at each other in confusion. Bai Wuhua. Should I wipe it? What the hell is this? Mining truck. Lao Mu put down the pickaxe and picked up the hammer with his backhand. He frowned slightly and raised his chin at Bai Wuhua. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was obvious. Bai Wuhua. Let's go and have a look. If the boys from the Southern Excavation Team come to cause trouble again, I will have to teach them how to be zombies today. Ever since the last time Hongyu went crazy and scrapped the mining equipment hammer of the Southern Excavation Team. The Southern Excavation Team came to look for trouble more than once. Bai Wuhua and Lao Mu have long been disgusted with it. The idea of taking action is even more imminent. Therefore, when I heard the sound of mining trucks coming from outside the mine site, I instinctively thought that it was the mentally retarded people from the Southern Excavation Team who were here again. When the 2 zombies walked to the outskirts of the mine, the 2 pairs of eyes were as confused as bull's eyes. I saw the outermost edge of the mineral point. A mining truck is working non-stop. The harsh sound came from the drill bit at the front of the mining truck. Bai Wuhua sighed. The mining efficiency of this drill is very high. Wrong. Bai Wuhua suddenly woke up and pointed forward and upward as if he had seen a ghost. There, a handsome zombie boy with a calm expression was driving a mining truck thoughtfully. Mu Lengtu also said in rare surprise, this Shen Qing. Bai Wuhua was shocked. I'll wipe it. Xiao Qingzi, where did you get the mining truck? Quick, let me go up there and feel good. Bai Wuhua was not polite at all. When Shen Qing stopped, he had already rushed to the mining truck. It's like seeing a big baby and loving it. After all, mining carts are common in the other 3 mining groups. But in the Eastern Excavation Team, Bai Wuhua has never touched it since joining. Buzz. The sound of the drilling rig came again. Bai Wuhua happily imagined a child weighing 300 pounds. Ha, it's fun. Old Mu, look at this mining efficiency. I finally know why the Southern Excavation Team can mine 500 quartz crystals a day. It's like lying down and drinking tea for nothing. Mu Lengtu didn't even glance at Bai Wuhua, his entire gaze was on Shen Qing from beginning to end. Moment. Mu Lengtu frowned slightly and said, "Where did it come from?" Shen Qing. Picked it up outside. Mu Bangtu. Bai Wuhua, who had just stopped the mining truck, couldn't hold back, PFF'd. He extended his thumb to make a gesture to Shen Qing. 6. Lao Mu's expression was not very good. Bai Wuhua also knew that something was wrong. He put away his laughter and said to Shen Qing, "Xiao Qingzi. Where did you get this mining truck? Did you just go to the Southern Excavation Team and steal one? Shen Qing picked it up outside. The face is not red and the heart is not beating. To Shen Qing, this mining truck is indeed no different from the one he picked up for free. Sudden, old Master Mu has a lot to say. Shen Qing, stealing the mining truck will cause trouble for Sister Hong. I hope. Shen Qing, I really picked it up outside. Lao Mu, okay, then pick up another one and let me take a look. Mu Bengtu said this in anger. Why do other excavation groups have mining equipment, but the Eastern Excavation Group does not? The reason is not that complicated. It's simply a distribution from above. All mining equipment belongs to the Grassroots Management Department in the core area of the underground city. Not to mention stealing, even using it privately will cause some trouble. Mu Bengtu and Bai Wuhua never dreamed of this. After Shen Qing heard what Lao Mu said, he actually nodded, turned around and walked outside. Looking at it, it looked like he was really planning to pick up another one. After Shen Qing left, Bai Wuhua patted Mu Lang on the shoulder and said, "Old Mu, don't be so serious, Xiao Qingzi is only 18 to put it bluntly. Anyone who likes machines can understand. When I was 18, I liked to steal the panties of my neighbor's sister. Why don't we give it back to him later?" Mu Langtu almost choked to death at Bai Wuhua's words, ahem. Sighed. Okay. Buzz. The words are not finished yet. Outside the mine site, the harsh sound of the drill came again. Follow closely. Under the confused gazes of the two zombies, Bai Wuhua and Mu Langtu, Shen Qing drove in with a mining truck. Bai Wuhua, % at hash at. Shen Qing stepped off the mining truck. I picked it up. Mu Bengtu. Because of the mining truck, today's Eastern Excavation Team's Corpse Crystal mission was quickly completed. Noon, Eastern Excavation Group. Bang! The iron door of the office was suddenly kicked open. Immediately afterwards, Hongyu walked in quickly, holding a cigarette in her mouth and exclaimed, "Where did the mining truck in the yard come from?" Bai Wuhua looked embarrassed and said with a suppressed smile, "That Xiao Qingzi picked it up outside." Hongyu. What? Picked it up? Picked up two at once. While talking, Hongyu had already arrived in front of Shen Qing. He bent over and pursed his lips, stared at Shen Qing for a while and then shrugged. Since it was picked up, it will belong to our Eastern Excavation Team from now on. Bai Wuhua. What? Mu Langtu twitched his eyes twice and thought to himself. Sure enough, I knew Sister Hong would say that. Closing square bracket. Gao Xiaoxiao walked around Shen Qing and asked with curiosity on his face, "Shen Qing, where did you pick it up from? Are there any more? Can you pick up another one?" Ahem. After clearing her throat and interrupting Gao Xiaoxiao, Hongyu said, "Did the other three excavation teams mention the matter of throwing the mining truck?" Bai Wuhua. No, I was just curious. With these two mining trucks, they didn't even fart. Hongyu nodded. That's okay, they didn't lose it and we didn't steal it. So, this mining truck belongs to us. Is there nothing wrong? Bai Wuhua. There's nothing wrong with Sister Hong. Gao Xiaoxiao. Nothing wrong. Mu Bengtu. As for Shen Qing, he felt a little ashamed in his heart. Although the mining truck was created by him. But this group of zombies does have a big heart. Hongyu returned to the desk and sat down. He said directly without any cover-up, "The Beast King's corpse core has been disposed of. Those guys promised that they would get 2 corpse cores in exchange for the next trade. Some of the previous corpse core embryos have also been disposed of. However, those zombie armies have a huge appetite, and 20 corpse core embryos are far from enough. We still need to work hard in the future." Bai Wuhua. 2 corpse cores. Sister Hong, you can actually ask for a few 100 million more. Hongyu rolled her eyes at the other party and said unhappily, "I do think so, but don't forget where our resources come from. If we were to trade with the zombie army in Area 65, I'm afraid the matter in the den would have been exposed long ago. It's pretty good that the zombie army in Area 77 can offer this condition. After a while, resources and everything else will be ready. As for the above-ground world, the plan for the high-level corpse crystal mine can be officially implemented. Our good days are not far away." Shen Qing. Beast King Corpse Core. Zone 77 Zombie Army. Cadaver Embryo. The above-ground world, high-level corpse crystal veins. What are these guys doing? Closing square bracket. Cadaver core embryo. Shen Qing must understand. Corpse cores are produced with a small probability in the bodies of zombie beasts of high level and above. As for corpse core embryos, these are zombie beasts below high level, with a small probability of being produced in the body. The overall effect is not even a bit worse than the corpse core. But cadaveric embryos are not without their role. An appropriate amount of corpse core embryos can cause slight changes in the bloodline and characteristics of zombies. As for the effects and results of the changes, Shen Qing didn't know much about these, and neither textbooks nor records gave detailed descriptions. Noticed Shen Qing's confused expression. Hongyu smiled and said, "Since we already know the secret of your apex-level bloodline, then there is no need to hide the secret of our Eastern excavation team from you. Yes, our Eastern excavation team has a private deal with the zombie army in Area 77. As for the high-level corpse crystal veins, this matter is a long story. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will describe it to you." The words fell. Hongyu looked serious. The cigarette in her hand was stubbed out by her. "Shen Qing, are you interested in joining us on a trip to the earthly world in a few days?" Eastern Excavation Group. Shen Qing originally thought that a beast cave would be considered a big secret. Did not expect. The den is just one of the many secrets of the Eastern Excavation Group. Even the most inconspicuous one. Bai Wuhua put her arms around Shen Qing's neck, and said with a slightly threatening and playful smile, "Hey, Xiao Qingzi. You now know most of the core secrets of our Eastern Excavation team. So, be careful we silence you." Gao Xiaoxiao, Mu Bengtu, and Hongyu all looked at the zombies at the same time. Look at that posture. I'm afraid that if Shen Qing dares to speak out, he will be silenced by these monsters. Moment. Shen Qing. I don't understand. A sudden sentence attracted Hongyu and the others' attention. But before Bai Wuhua could ask, Hongyu stood up first, grabbed Shen Qing, and dragged him out. Looking at the two zombies leaving the office, Bai Wuhua wondered, what's going on? What happened suddenly to Sister Hong? Gao Xiaoxiao spread his hands. I don't know. But I actually don't understand it. From the beginning, Sister Hong's trust in Shen Qing was a bit too much. Mu Lengtu nodded. Yes. Then, old Mu Keepa's brain circuit appeared. Mu Leng took a puff of cigarette, blew out a smoke ring and said seriously, "My long-lost brother. Bai Wuhua. At you are really good. Eastern Excavation Group. On the mound facing the core area of the underground city. Core area. It is the busiest area in the entire underground city. Underground where there is no sunlight all year round, the core area is always brightly lit. Light a cigarette and take a puff." Hongyu said. "Ask whatever you want to ask. Shen Qing, you trust me too much. Any one of the secrets of the Eastern Excavation team is enough to kill you 100 times. I want to know, why? Today, Shen Qing obviously talks a lot." Hongyu looked at the core area, as if falling into memories. A long time. Hongyu's beautiful, brushed eyes met with Shen Qing's. Because, Long Yu. Shen Qing was shocked. He hadn't heard the name Long Yu for a long time. Unexpectedly, her mother, who had been missing for 3 years, was suddenly mentioned by Hongyu. Without moving her gaze, Hongyu's eyes clearly softened when she looked at Shen Qing. "You already know that I was expelled back to the underground city by the zombie army in Area 65. But do you think the zombie army will easily give up on a high-level bloodline zombie who can kill the Beast King alone?" Good. When Shen Qing first heard about Hongyu's experience, he was confused. Especially after learning that Hongyu has the ability to kill the zombie Beast King alone, she is even more puzzled. Zombie Beast King. The overall strength is comparable to that of middle-level performers. If only because of abnormal rage. Uncontrollable strength can lead to the annihilation of the entire team. The zombie army can completely make Hongyu a small team by itself. Because she has that strength. Hongyu seemed to be recalling some unpleasant events in the past, and chuckled, "I will explain this matter to you later, but not now. What I want to tell you is that a few years ago, I was almost executed by the zombie army in Area 65 for some special reasons. It was Long Yu who saved me, and it was she who persuaded the zombie army to let me return to the dungeon and never use bloodline characteristics. And you, since I saw the personal awakening data and information, I know that you are her son. It doesn't matter whether I trust you, whether it's a primary bloodline, or whether I have no characteristics. Just think of me as repaying my kindness back then. I can't see you, a little guy, being relegated to the lowest level, so I want to pull you back. Secret. At this moment, Shen Qing discovered. The secrets of Hongyu are far beyond his imagination. Reaching out and patting Shen Qing's shoulder, Hongyu raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Okay, do you still have any questions now?" Shen Qing. Then my parents. Before Shen Qing could finish her words, Hongyu interrupted, "I don't know. I was already in the dungeon when your parents disappeared. To find out what's going on with them, you have to go to the upper world." Pointing upward with a slender jade finger, Hongyu continued, "Before, I really just wanted to give you a hand. Even if you are just a junior bloodline, you can still gain awakening points, so that you will not be hungry in the dungeon. But now, with your apex level bloodline and your unusual calmness, I can see the value. So, I ask you seriously again. Shen Qing, are you interested in going to the above world with us?" Afternoon. In the cave of the Eastern Excavation Group. Lao Mu brought Shen Qing here alone to increase his awakening value. The conversation with the Red Moon at noon is still vivid in my mind. 1 month at the latest. Closing square bracket. The agreement with Tang Ling happened to overlap. Closing square bracket. Bang. The iron hammer fell and killed the junior zombie beast that was about to attack Shen Qing. Mu Lengtu frowned and said, "You are distracted." Shen Qing. Sorry. Lao Mu lit a cigarette and sat on the ground, while waving to Shen Qing. When two boring people who are not good at talking stay together, their words will become a little abnormal. Lao Mu, are you thinking about what happened at noon? Shen Qing nodded, sat down and said, "Yeah." After hearing this, Lao Mu continued, "I don't ask what exactly was said between you and Sister Hong. But I have been with Sister Hong for so long, and you are the first person she has trusted so much. She won't hurt you." Shen Qing naturally knows this. Especially after learning about the relationship between her and her mother. Shen Qing also understood Hongyu's excessive trust in herself. Seeing that Shen Qing was silent, Lao Mu changed the subject and said, "How is it? After the 2 battles today, your awakening value should have reached 2%, right? Look at how much the 3-phase attributes have increased." Shen Qing nodded. At the same time, open your own zombie panel. The zombie panel is exclusive to each awakened zombie. Even if it is opened, other zombies cannot observe it. Zombie. Shen Qing. Blood awakening value, 2%. Strength, 30. Agility, 30. Stamina, 30. Sure enough, it was similar to Shen Qing's expectation. 1% of the bloodline awakening value, the attributes brought to him are increased too. Each of the 3 phases increases by 15 points. A total of 45 points. Glancing at Lao Mu, who was smoking and staring at him, Shen Qing didn't hide anything. Already 2%. The 3-phase attributes each increase by 15 points. Aha! Lao Mu stood up suddenly, his gray pupils clearly dilated. What? The 3-phase attributes each increase by 15 points. In other words, 1% of the bloodline awakening value will bring you a total of 45 points of attribute increase. After saying that, Lao Mu frowned and said to himself, "Apex level bloodline. Wrong. It should be because of the apex level bloodline and the primary bloodline that his attributes have increased unusually." His eyes fell on Shen Qing. Lao Mu couldn't help but squirm his throat twice. That's outrageous. The words just fell. Lao Mu's expression changed suddenly. His gaze also shifted from Shen Qing to the surroundings. A deep frown represents a danger signal. Shen Qing. You think of a way to leave first, we seem to be ambushed. Roar. Lao Mu's voice just fell. In the beast cave, waves of beast roars could be heard around the positions of Shen Qing and Qing. Follow closely. The 2 high-level zombie beasts, with fierce looks on their faces and greed and blood in their eyes, stared at Shen Qing and Lao Mu. And get closer step by step. Lao Mu. According to Mu Lengtu's understanding of this cave, it is absolutely impossible for high-level zombie beasts to appear in this area. Now, the abnormal behavior must mean that something unexpected happened deep in the cave. Turn on abnormal calmness and leave as much as possible. I may not care about you anymore. The words fell. An unprecedented sense of voyeurism spread around Lao Mu. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Chang. The hammer was thrown out and accurately hit a high-level zombie beast at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Lao Mu shouted to Shen Qing, "Run!" No hesitation. Shen Qing turned around and ran away. At the same time, his unusually calm and precise perception was activated. If faced with junior zombie beasts, Shen Qing has the power to fight. But high-level zombie beast. For Shen Qing, it was like an ant climbing a mountain. After all, the overall strength of high-level zombie beasts is comparable to that of junior executors. Junior executor. Even if the high-level bloodline zombies have an awakening value of over 30%, it is difficult to defeat them alone. What's more, there are two of them. Because the awakening value has just been increased to 2%. The three-phase attributes have reached 30 each. Shen Qing's speed was not too slow. After a few sprints, he was far away from the ambush circle of the two high-level zombie beasts. When Mu Bangtu saw this, he was secretly relieved. If we hold off both ends, we should be able to hold on until Lao Bai and the others support us. Closing square bracket. Lao Mu's plan was to let Shen Qing run away first and return to the Eastern excavation team to move reinforcements. After all, it might not be a big deal for him to deal with a high-level zombie beast alone. Words from both ends, very reluctantly, but not enough to die. But those two high-level zombie beasts seemed to have extremely intelligent minds. Almost at the same time that Shen Qing was escaping, the zombie tiger that had been accurately hit by Lao Mu's hammer glowed with a dim red light and was already chasing Shen Qing in the direction of his escape. Roar, Lao Mu, what's going on? Why are the IQs of these two high-level zombies so high? Under normal circumstances, after a high-level zombie beast is attacked, its fierce gaze will always be fixed on its target. Now, the zombie tiger that had just been hit by Lao Mu unexpectedly changed its direction and chased a zombie that had never attacked it. Seeing that the zombie tiger was already chasing away, the other zombie wolf was pressing closer. It was obvious that their intention was to act separately. Lao Mu thought to himself, "It seems that I can only pray that Shen Qing can hold on until I finish solving this problem." Closing square bracket. Inside the cave, zombies and beasts ran away and chased each other. The zombie tiger is extremely fast, and its visual agility is at least 80. With Shen Qing's current situation, he will surely catch up within 10 seconds. As expected, less than 10 seconds, the huge and sharp tiger claws were already reaching Shen Qing's head. The sound was so sharp that it wanted to tear him apart with one claw. The figure quickly dodged to one side, narrowly escaping a blow, and Shen Qing frowned. There is no cunning or cruelty in the zombie tiger. Instead, the eyes of a pair of beasts are completely replaced by bloody killing. Roar, extreme body strengthening and leg amplification. The speed picked up again. Shen Qing knew that since he was overtaken, he could not escape. But facing a high-level zombie, for Shen Qing, whose awakening value is only 2% now, it is tantamount to a certain death situation. It seems that I can only try the ultimate body strengthening after the awakening value is 2%. Closing square bracket. As long as you can hold on until Lao Mu finishes solving the other end. Closing square bracket. Until now, Shen Qing is still puzzled. The position they were in just now was only at the deeper edge of the entire huge cave. Why do two nearly violent high-level zombie beasts rush out from the edge? Good. These two high-level zombie beasts are both in close to violent mode. Extreme body strengthening and bone amplification. The body is wrapped in a light fluorescent green. Shen Qing's skeletal abilities have been further enhanced. But it's still not enough to deal with the zombie tiger's offensive. As long as one is hit by the sharp tiger claws, the bones can be cut off instantly. Roar. The zombie tiger suddenly attacked, and its speed was even faster than the chase. The attack was sudden and there was no time to react. The sharp tiger claws had already torn Shen Qing's chest apart. If it weren't for Shen Qing to dodge at the critical moment, I'm afraid. What this claw tore was not the chest, but the head. Shen Qing frowned deeply. I can only give it a try. Close your eyes slightly. The scene from last night comes to mind. Scarlet eyes, gray energy on the body, and the violent and raging killing atmosphere. Eyes suddenly opened. Creation, bloodline characteristics abnormal rage. Gray light emerged from the surface of Shen Qing's body. The originally fluorescent blue pupils slowly turned a layer of scarlet. Abnormal rage. My thoughts stopped for a moment. Under the abnormal rage, Shen Qing's reason was instantly replaced by bloody killings. Ha! Heavy breathing came out of his mouth. Next moment, the speed increased dramatically, and it was under the extreme body strengthening, leg amplification and bone amplification. Shen Qing is actually close to the zombie tiger. The speed was as fast as a gust of wind blowing, and in an instant, the clenched fists were smashing towards the huge head of the zombie tiger. Boom! A dull sound echoed through the beast's cave. Zombie tiger was not hurt by this attack, but was completely angered by Shen Qing's attack. Gray emerged, and the beast's eyes were scarlet. Berserk mode is on. Ultimate body strengthening, physical body amplification. Ultimate body strengthening and self-healing increase. Extreme body strengthening. At this moment, Shen Qing continued to squeeze all the strength in her body. He lost his mind and turned into a beast that only knew bloodshed and killing. He whispered in his throat, "Kill." Like two wild beasts colliding, Shen Qing used all the current extreme body strengthening capabilities. In terms of speed, defense, strength, etc., it has long surpassed the middle-level zombie beasts. Teeth, fingers, fists, shoulders, knees, etc. Any position that can be turned into a weapon can be used to any extent in the abnormally violent state. Shen Qing. Roar. At this time, Shen Qing is a beast. A beast crazier than a zombie tiger. Open your eyes again. Several hours have passed. The surrounding area is no longer a den, but the office of the Eastern Excavation Team. Sister Hong, Shen Qing is awake. Gao Xiaoxiao said in surprise. Soon, Hongyu, Gao Xiaoxiao, Mu Bangtu and Bai Wuhua appeared in sight. Just when I was about to get up, I found that my body anomaly had no strength at all. Hongyu pressed her hands and said, "Lie down and rest. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out of bed today." Lao Mu. Shen Qing, high level over there. Mu Bangtu was about to ask about the zombie tiger. Hongyu pulled him aside. "Let him rest here today, I will guard him. You go back first." Hearing this, Lao Mu didn't know what to ask. Leave together with Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao. It was also at the same time that the three zombies left. Hongyu came and sat down in front of Shen Qing, holding her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes seemed to be drawn. Shen Qing was shocked by Hongyu's look. "What's wrong?" Hongyu waved her hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, you have a good rest." After finishing speaking, Hongyu glanced secretly in the direction of Shen Qing. Eyes narrowed slightly. This sequelae, sure enough, it's abnormally violent. Closing square bracket. Shen Qing, I'm afraid the secrets in your boy's body are far more than that. Closing square bracket. Soon, Hongyu leaves temporarily. Shen Qing was the only one left in the office. Shen Qing was a little surprised when he opened the zombie panel. Zombie. Shen Qing. Bloodline level, main, primary bloodline. Bloodline level, time, apex level bloodline, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Blood awakening value, 3.1%. Bloodline characteristics, main, none. Bloodline characteristics times extreme body strengthening, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Bloodline characteristics times abnormal calmness, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Bloodline characteristics times abnormal rage, created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Inherent talent of bloodline, creation. Strength, 45. Agility, 45. Stamina, 45. The battle with the zombie tiger unexpectedly increased Shen Qing's bloodline awakening value to 3.1% without realizing it. Sure enough, the difficulty of the battle and the degree of physical overdraft are inseparable from the increase in bloodline awakening value. Closing square bracket. This time, the irrational super intensity overdraft battle brings as much reward as the risk. Closing square bracket. The three phase attributes each reach 45 points. Today's Shen Qing has attribute values comparable to those of a high-level bloodline zombie with 10% of its awakening value. I wanted to change my position, but I still felt anomaly powerless. It was as if every corner of his body had been drained of strength. Sequelae. Closing square bracket. The effect of abnormal rage is very strong, but the sequelae are also very serious. Closing square bracket. At this time, Hongyu walked in from outside the house. Seeing Shen Qing trying to move her body, she pressed her hands and said, "I advise you not to move. The sequelae of abnormal rage are not as easy to recover from as you think. During this period, if the muscles and bones are injured, I am afraid that it will cause irreversible injuries." Shen Qing was surprised. "You know everything." He had no intention of hiding it, but he couldn't find a good reason to explain it for the time being. Hongyu sat down next to the shabby sofa, leaning on the chair and supporting her chin with one hand. "Every zombie has its own secret. You don't want to say that I won't ask further questions. However, let me remind you in advance that the abnormal rage is far beyond your imagination. Although it can bring a short-term 3-phase attribute surge to the zombies. But at the same time, it will also drain the user's maximum potential during this period. If you continue to hold on while in a distressed state, irreversible damage will be left." The words fell. Hongyu's gray eyes met with Shen Qing's and continued, "Shen Qing. Having 2 bloodline traits doesn't surprise me. What I can't figure out the most is that they are just abnormally violent and abnormally calm. Your 2% bloodline awakening value is definitely not enough for you to defeat the high-level zombie beast, right? Do you have other characteristics?" Shen Qing was silent for a while, finishing her words before finally saying, "Strengthen the whole body." These 4 simple words shocked Hongyu. "What? Strengthening the whole body?" Hongyu frowned. She had thought that Shen Qing might also have a physical strengthening property. But she never thought that this characteristic would strengthen the whole body. "Shen Qing, rather than strengthening the whole body, shouldn't you be more curious about why I have multiple bloodline characteristics?" Perhaps it was because of the relationship between Hongyu and Long Yu. Let Shen Qing put down his guard against her. Shen Qing obviously talked a lot today. Hongyu came back to her senses and shook her head. "It's okay. After all, your parents are both zombies with more than 5 bloodline characteristics, so it doesn't seem like you only have 3. Shen Qing turned pale, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. 5 or 5. "Didn't you tell me the same thing before?" Hongyu smiled softly, seeming to be very satisfied with Shen Qing's surprised expression. "I said 2, just because I'm afraid of scaring Lao Bai and the others silly. Didn't you see that when I mentioned the 2 characteristics, Lao Bai and Lao Mu already questioned the 3 views?" Patting Shen Qing on the shoulder, Hongyu appropriately started to talk about the joy of Long in her eyes. Years ago, when Hongyu and Long Yu met for the first time. It was also when Hongyu encountered the greatest danger in her life. She learned that in this world, a zombie could be so powerful that it transcended cognition. At the same time, it has 5 different bloodline characteristics and dual bloodline levels. It only has a bloodline awakening value of more than 60%, but it shows strength comparable to apex-level bloodline zombies, with an awakening value of more than 80%. Long Yu is called by the zombie army of District 65 as the zombie most likely to become the ground leader of District 65. It is also known as the zombie closest to Long Qianyang. Listening to the story, Shen Qing's body gradually recovered. After moving slightly, Shen Qing asked curiously, "Then, what happened to you back then?" Not good at words. Hongyu thinks that Shen Qing is not good at talking, but simply doesn't know how to chat. Ahem. Hongyu cleared her throat and said, "Want to know? Kiss me and I'll tell you." Shen Qing. Hongyu. PFF'd. The moment she saw Shen Qing's confused look, Hongyu couldn't help laughing. He waved his hands and shook his head and said, "I'm just kidding. However, I will tell you about my affairs after I go to the earthly world. Now, you'd better think more about how to increase your awakening value." Today, 2 nearly violent high-level zombie beasts appeared outside the cave. "I'm afraid something happened deep in the cave. It would be too dangerous to increase the awakening value in the cave in a short period of time." Mentioned today's accident. Shen Qing also looked serious. Could it be the zombie beast king from last time? Hongyu objected. "No, in the circle of zombie beasts, the killing of the beast king will not only cause the zombie beasts to go berserk, but will instead cause the zombie beasts to choose the new king." Shen Qing, the new zombie beast king. Shortly after. End the topic. Hongyu stood up, poured a glass of water for Shen Qing, and then explained a few more words. "Have a good rest. You should be able to fully recover tomorrow. I'm right outside the door." Call me if you need anything. The words fell. Hongyu pushed open the office door and paused at the same time. Oh, right. Tomorrow we plan to go deep into the beast's cave. What do you think? The next day, in one night, the anomaly weakness in Shen Qing's body completely disappeared. On the contrary, the body became more powerful due to the increase in arousal value. Eastern Excavation Group. Inside the office, Hongyu, Bai Wuhua, Mu Bengtu, and Gao Xiaoxiao were sitting around the simple conference table. On a drawing larger than the table, there are dense lines drawn on it. Lao Mu pointed to a place on the drawing. We were attacked, here. Bai Wuhua looked suspicious. That shouldn't be the case. As far as I know, not to mention the high-level zombies in this area, even the middle-level ones are hard to find. Hongyu squinted her eyes slightly and carefully observed the points marked by Lao Mu on the drawing. Moment. Her eyes suddenly opened. It extends all the way upward from Lao Mu's mark. This is the location of the cave where the corpse core was. Very close. There was a mysterious zombie beast king appearing in the cave before. Now, 2 high-level zombie beasts appear here abnormally. The words fell. Hongyu glanced at the zombies present and ordered, Lao Bai, Lao Mu, Xiaoxiao. I am assured of your strength. In the morning, hurry up and complete the corpse crystal mission above. After we get it done, we'll go here to find out in person in the afternoon. As she spoke, Hongyu's expression visibly darkened. I suspect, we've all been wrong before. I'm afraid this cave has a second floor. ZZ, Eastern Lode. The sound of the mining truck echoed throughout the mine. Old Bai, can you come down and let me play? Gao Xiaoxiao said with eagerness, I'm so cute, and you want me to dig mines with my bare hands. Isn't it appropriate? White 5-flower pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. Non-existent. He was having fun minding his own business. Hee, you should say it or not, but this mining truck is very fast. Even if our eastern mines have poor yields, with this mining truck, it's just as easy to make 100 or 10 yuan a day. Shen Qing gave up the mining truck he was driving to Gao Xiaoxiao. He glanced at the corpse crystal, which already had more than 40 pieces, and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Lao Mu lowered his head and waved his pickaxe. I hope there is no trouble. The words just fell. There was a sudden noise outside the mine. After a while, a dozen large and thick zombies walked in angrily. Team leader, I just said that I was not dazzled yesterday. Look, this Eastern Excavation team really has a mining truck. I saw. A relatively thin male zombie walked out from behind the zombie group. First he glanced at the 2 mining trucks, and then at Gao Xiaoxiao and Bai Wuhua who were sitting on the mining trucks. Dong Ao, leader of the Southern Excavation team, frowned and said, Stop everyone. Shen Qing clenched his fist slightly, and it was not difficult to see that the opponent was here to cause trouble. He didn't expect that in the dungeon, these low-level zombies who couldn't finish their work every day would still have time to find trouble. Lao Mu stretched out his hand to stop Shen Qing and shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. At the same time, Bai Wuhua had also jumped off the mining truck. Shaking his body fat, he dragged Yabu over. I said, Dong, are you bringing people from the south to drag you here? Stay somewhere cool. It's been a long time and your skin is itchy. Have you forgotten how I, Sister Hong, smashed your Nanfang? Which pot is not opened and lifted? Hong Yu's commotion in the south was the biggest pain in the heart of the entire Southern Excavation team. It's even taboo in the south these days. You can't even mention it. Bai Wuhua is good, it just pokes the scar when it comes up. The angry zombies in the south were all gnashing their teeth. Dong Aochui glared and said, Okay. Seize all their mining trucks. If you dare to steal a mining truck, I think people in the east are as brave as heaven. Today, take them all to the grassroots management department. I'll see how you, the fat man, drag them. Bai Wuhua waved his hand. Look at you. What qualifications do you have to detain our mining truck? And what qualifications do you have to take us away? Because of your big mouth? Or because of your smelly feet? Go away. Let me remind you of the last sentence. Sister Hong will be here soon. If you provoke her then, believe it or not, I will smash your southern part again. Dong was trembling with anger, and the superiors refused to allocate mining trucks to the Eastern Excavation team. Who doesn't know this? So where did their mining trucks come from now? It must have been stolen. Dong Ao had always been disgusted by the turmoil caused by Hong Yu in the south, and now he finally took the opportunity to discuss the east. How could he let it go so easily? Dong Ao waved his hand. Leave him alone and drive the mining truck away. However, just as his voice fell, outside the mine, a lazy hatch came. Then I saw Hong Yu holding a cigarette in her mouth, scratching her head, and walking around the zombies in the south very casually. Walked straight to Bai Wuhua and the others. Hong Yu, what's wrong? Are you done today? Bai Wuhua winked. Sister Hong, they. Before she could finish her words, Hong Yu waved her hand indifferently and interrupted. Hurry up and get to work before you finish. Hurry up and finish it, I have to take a nap later. Be careful, I will deduct your salary. Bai Wuhua. Dong Ao. Zombies of the south. Ignore us. So arrogant. Closing square bracket. Lao Mu pulled Shen Qing and said softly, keep working. Zizi. The mining trucks continued to operate, but the people in the south were reduced to nothing. Gao Xiaoxiao even cut it deliberately, and then started playing with the machine. Dong Ao was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said as if facing the enemy who killed his father, Red Madman. Let me tell you, Dongfang stole the mining truck this time. Don't be arrogant, you're done. Hong Yu took out her ears, but there was no anger on her face. Instead, she asked with a smile, oh, why should we be finished? Dong Ao, are you deaf? I said you stole mining trucks. Hong Yu nodded and continued to ask, did you lose it? Dong Ao didn't react for a moment. What did I lose? Hong Yu explained very carefully. I said, did you lose the mining truck? Dong Ao was stunned. No. Hong Yu, did you lose the other two parts? Dong Ao's face gradually turned ugly. She had already thought of what this madman was going to say. No. Hong Yu was amused by Dong Ao's answer. He crossed his arms across his chest and raised his eyebrows slightly. You didn't lose it, we didn't steal it. What does it have to do with you that our Eastern excavation team uses mining trucks to mine? Hearing this, the zombies in the south couldn't help but be stunned. What she said makes sense. Yes, I am speechless. Dong Ao glared at the two talking zombies. Then he pointed at the mining truck and said, who doesn't know that the superiors don't allocate mining trucks to the Eastern excavation team? Now you suddenly have two more mining trucks, they must be stolen. I'm telling you, Madman Red, stealing mining trucks is a very serious matter. You will wait in the east. Dong Ao was still talking, but Hong Yu couldn't listen anymore. Pressing his hand to interrupt, he asked again, stop it. You said our mining trucks in the east were stolen. Then let me ask you. Whose did I steal? Dong Ao. Whose was it stolen from? If he knew, would he still be angry with Hong Yu here? Seeing that Dong Ao didn't speak, Hong Yu's beautiful eyes darkened. If you have this free time, why not hurry up and complete today's mission, and then go home and take care of your little zombie who is waiting to be fed? Roll. The zombies in the south are also weird. He came in a mighty way and left in a frustrated way. Just like the 3 golden principles of the Red Moon. You didn't lose it. I didn't steal it. Stealing from whom? So, it's none of your business. However, even if that guy Dong Ao leaves, he will probably stab the grassroots management department. Hong Yu thinks the problem is not big. After all, there are only 4 excavation teams in the entire Area 65 underground city. The west, south, and north are not lost. Who can prove that this mining truck was not picked up in the east? At this time, Shen Qing was a little confused and asked, why don't you do it? After all, the zombies in the south are all primary zombies, that is, the out-and-out grassroots. The bloodline awakening value may not even be 1.5%. Why do these monsters like Hong Yu still tolerate each other? Gao Xiaoxiao jumped off the mining truck, jumped up and down, and tapped Shen Qing's head with his slender hands. Are you stupid? In the eyes of all the zombies in our east, we are just a lunatic who cannot use his special characteristics, leading a group of trash with rubbish special characteristics. If we take action directly, I'm afraid our awakening value in the matter of the beast cave will be exposed not only the next day. Shen Qing was stunned. This was only an afterthought. Noticing the corpse crystal is enough. Hong Yu clapped her hands and said, okay. I'll hand over the corpse crystal later. Everyone else is ready to brace themselves. If the beast cave really has a second level, I'm afraid we will inevitably have a fierce battle next. Deep in the eastern mine. Inside the cave. What happened to the excavation team in the south at noon was just a joke after dinner. Bai Wuhua and the others didn't take it seriously. After all, ever since the red moon hit the south, there have been more than 1 or 2 conflicts between the south and the east. Bai Wuhua and others have long been accustomed to it. Mu Bangtu. Here, after several twists and turns, we once again arrived at the place where Shen Qing and Lao Mu were attacked. Hong Yu looked around and nodded slightly. Okay. As expected, there is a high probability that there will be a second floor entrance nearby. Shen Qing, follow me, the others will split up. Be safe. Bai Wuhua, Mu Bangtu, and Gao Xiaoxiao walked in 3 directions respectively. Hong Yu waved to Shen Qing. Gone. If my guess is correct this time, this den is probably a double-story one. As for the second floor beast cave, I'm afraid the number of high-level zombie beasts gathered inside will be far greater than imagined. Shen Qing said nothing and followed Hong Yu silently. Before coming, Hong Yu told Shen Qing the details about the double-layered cave. This information is rarely mentioned in the records. The main reason is that the beast's cave is difficult to find, let alone a double-story beast's cave. Hong Yu said so at that time. A normal beast cave is a place where there are less than 3 zombie beast kings and led thousands of zombie beasts. For the zombie army on the ground, while the cave is difficult to find, it also means a strong danger. But there is a special existence in the cave. It was a double-story cave led by the alien zombie beast king. On the surface, the first floor looks the same as an ordinary beast cave. But on the second floor, there are at least 5 beast king zombies, hundreds of high-level zombie beasts, and tens of thousands of ordinary zombie beasts. However, for Hong Yu, these are not the key points. The most dangerous thing on the second floor of the beast cave is naturally the alien zombie beast king. The so-called alien zombie beast king. It is the zombie beast king whose strength has increased to a certain level and evolved into an IQ comparable to that of a zombie. As cunning as a fox. As strong as a bear. Agile as a snake. He is the king of zombie beasts that can truly rival or even surpass high-level executors. Based on Hong Yu's experience in the first half of her life, she has only encountered one among the zombie armies on the ground once. Hong Yu. That time, Suddenly, the word stopped. Hong Yu seemed to be recalling some unbearable past events, with a wry smile evident on her face. Shen Qing's curiosity was aroused. She pursed her lips and asked, what happened that time? Seeing Shen Qing's appearance, Hong Yu shook her head in a funny way and asked, Shen Qing, if one day you find that the zombie army is very different from what you originally expected, what should you do? Shen Qing was confused. What do you mean? Hong Yu sighed. I shouldn't have told you now. But now that it's brought up, it doesn't matter if we talk about it. That time, I was sent there by the zombie army in Area 65 without any prior knowledge. I didn't realize it until I got to the second floor alone and saw Beast King, a mutant zombie in a violent state. I was lied to. Shen Qing was shocked. Sent by the zombie army from Area 65. And deliberately concealed the fact about the second-level alien zombie Beast King. Could it be that he deliberately led Hong Yu to die? After the shock, he became even more puzzled. Hong Yu obviously has very strong strength, and as a team, she can completely avoid all potential dangers. Closing square bracket. But why do the zombie army still do this? Closing square bracket. Noticing the silent Shen Qing, Hong Yu chuckled and shrugged. It's weird, isn't it? I felt weird too, even now I can't figure it out. But when I came back alive, the reason they gave me was that the information was wrong. It's just a prevarication. I'm alone and can't fight against the zombie army. You have nowhere to go after leaving Area 65. You also know that the dangers in the world above are huge. Any high-level executor can kill me. As for what happens next, let's talk about it later. The topic ends here. It seems that Hong Yu is even more unwilling to mention the subsequent past. Shen Qing didn't ask. After adjusting her mentality, Hong Yu lit a cigarette and took a light peck. I got off topic without realizing it. I say so much mainly to remind you. Remember, if you encounter the alien zombie Beast King, you have only one choice. Run with all your strength. Even I will never be able to survive the second time by chance. Shen Qing nodded, but was a little confused. since we know the danger, why do we still go to the second floor? Hongyu. In order to get the Eastern excavation team out of the control of Area 65. During the conversation, Hongyu and Shen Qing once again came to the cave where they met the zombie beast king. Hongyu. Go in and take a look. Gone are the crude confinement fences from before. I don't know whether it was pulled by Bai Wuhua and the others, or whether it was ruined by Hongyu. Inside the cave, the traces of the battle were very obvious, and the stone walls were covered with shocking scratches. Looking at it, it seemed that the original zombie beast king was in a miserable state. Pointing in one direction, Hongyu said, "That's where the zombie beast king appeared. You wait here, I'll go take a look." Shen Qing nodded. Hongyu went alone, turned back after a while, shook her head and said, "There is nothing wrong. Go back and see if Lao Bai and the others have gained anything." It didn't take long. The location where Shen Qing and Lao Mu were attacked before. Bai Wuhua, Mu Bangtu, Gao Xiaoxiao and the other 3 zombies returned. At the same time, they described the situation on their side to Hongyu. According to what they said, centered here, there is no trace of the second floor entrance on all sides. It seems that this time the analysis was wrong. Hongyu pinched her chin and narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Wrong. On the map we drew, it is impossible for high-level zombies to appear in this area under normal circumstances. And the zombie beast king from before does not belong to any of the marked points we drew. In other words, 2 high-level zombie beasts, plus a zombie beast king, they seem to appear out of thin air. It's a bit unreasonable if there is no second floor. After finishing her words, Hongyu was suddenly startled. Lao Bai, have you been to the stalactite cave? Bai Wuhua. No, Sister Hong, let alone the high-level zombie beasts over there, even an ordinary little money wolf might not be able to get through. The space is too small to be the entrance. The more Hongyu listened, the deeper her frown deepened. Moment, she suddenly waved her hand and said, "Let's go. Go to the stalactite cave and have a look. I suspect there might be some big problem there." On the way, Shen Qing learned about it from Lao Bai and others. The stalactite cave is located at the junction of the depths of the cave and the outside. However, due to the natural terrain, the space there is extremely narrow. Not to mention a huge zombie beast. Even zombies like them would feel crowded walking inside. Because of the terrain, they have always been ignored by Hongyu and the others. It is also known as the place where zombies are least likely to appear in this cave. However, when Shen Qing followed Hongyu and they were about to approach the stalactite cave, a strong smell of blood hit his face without any warning. Bai Wuhua, Mu Bangtu, and Gao Xiaoxiao, the 3 zombies' expressions changed at the same time. Hongyu's beautiful eyebrows frowned deeply. Really? The problem lies in the safest stalactite cave. A few twists and turns passed. The stalactite cave comes into view. Only, Shen Qing's breath was held at the same time. Only because, in front of the stalactite cave entrance filled with corpses of zombie beasts, there was a behemoth that was over 6 meters in size. It is entrenched here. Every breath in and out sounded like muffled thunder. Bai Wuhua was shocked. Zombie beast king. This body shape is a bit too much. Blue-gray scales, at least 6 meters in size. What is entrenched at the entrance of the stalactite cave is a zombie beast king snake. Occasionally spitting out snake letters, and making a sound like thunder between breathing. Even if his eyes didn't fall on Shen Qing, he felt suffocated. Looking at the originally narrow stalactite cave entrance, it is now completely destroyed. Hongyu said softly, "Unexpected, really surprising. I didn't expect that the safest stalactite cave is exactly the entrance to the second floor." Glancing at Bai Wuhua and the other zombies, Hongyu ordered, "I'll go get that zombie beast king. You guys are right here. If other zombie beasts appear, you can handle them on your own." Hongyu's eyes finally fell on Shen Qing. "Don't force your words." Bai Wuhua. "Don't worry, Sister Hong, Xiao Qingzi is not weak. Don't forget that he killed a high-level zombie beast yesterday." Gao Xiaoxiao's supple twin ponytails had turned into 2 sharp weasels. It was obvious that she had turned on her own bloodline characteristics. Mu Bangtu even mentioned every word, and his fluorescent blue pupils said it all. Shen Qing nodded. "Be careful too. The entrance to the second floor of the beast cave is easy to handle now that you have found it." Hongyu swaggered towards the zombie beast king snake alone. With every step she took, the gray on her body became more intense. By the time she came a few meters in front of the zombie beast king snake, Hongyu's eyes were already covered in scarlet. Abnormal rage. Hiss. At the moment when the violent energy was released, the zombie beast king snake woke up, and at the same time its harsh hissing meant that it was angered. The huge head rushed directly towards the red moon. The huge scarlet mouth and sharp fangs are ready to swallow up the female zombie in front of him. Snort. Hongyu let out a light chuckle and faced the snake's head with one fist. Boom. The power of one punch actually knocked the 6-meter-long zombie beast king snake upside down. The terrifying power made Shen Qing shocked. Bai Wuhua. It seems that the last battle between Sister Hong and the zombie beast king increased her bloodline awakening value. Should I say it or not, Sister Hong is really perverted. Gao Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Yes, if I can also have abnormal rage, plus my abnormal hair, Kameda, I'm afraid I can also try the zombie beast king. Bai Wuhua glanced at Gao Xiaoxiao strangely, smacked his lips and said, You. Abnormally violent. Even if you weren't violent, you would still be a runaway little Lolita. If it were true, wouldn't you want to turn the den upside down? Gao Xiaoxiao. Huh, my transcendent level is cute, okay. You're the one who went crazy, little Lolita. While Gao Xiaoxiao and Bai Wuhua were bickering, an iron hammer fell without warning and instantly killed a middle-level zombie beast. Lao Mu did not speak, but his eyes had already landed on the stalactite cave not far away. Bai Wuhua stopped laughing. Here he comes. Abnormal fat body shape. Direction of stalactite cave. As the hammer fell, dozens of middle-level zombie beasts and 3 high-level zombie beasts surged out of it in an instant. The momentum was beyond Shen Qing's expectation. Gao Xiaoxiao. Shen Qing, please pay attention to your own safety. If you don't want to fight, just run. This battle is about 100 million points big. The words fell. Gao Xiaoxiao transformed into a runaway loli. After several sprints, he instantly arrived in front of a middle-level zombie beast. The twin ponytails transformed into a weasel, just like harvesting wheat. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-level zombie beast's body and head were separated. Watch me squat you to death. Bai Wuhua suddenly jumped up, with a big butt that was more than 3 times fatter, and sat down on a middle-level zombie beast. This butt can probably make a middle-level zombie beast sit down until it becomes suspicious. As Bai Wuhua said, when it fell, half of the middle-level zombie beast's head was crushed. At the same time, Bai Wuhua changed direction, and his fat body rushed straight towards the other end. Lao Mu didn't speak from the beginning to the end. With fluorescent blue pupils, as long as it falls on any zombie beast, a cold iron hammer will come like the wind. Watching the fight between the 3 zombies, Shen Qing also felt a little flutter in her heart. If it is a lone middle-level zombie beast. Closing square bracket. It shouldn't be difficult for me to do it myself. Closing square bracket. It didn't take long. Choose your goals. Shen Qing's eyes turned a layer of fluorescent blue. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. At the same time. Extreme body strengthening and bone amplification. Ultimate body strengthening, physical body amplification. Ultimate body strengthening and self-healing increase. This is the strongest point of overall body strengthening. After a while, Shen Qing increased the size of almost all parts of his body. The overall strength is not weak at all. Middle-level zombie beast. Aha! He exerted force on his feet, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. The aim is accurate. Boom! The strengthened fist accurately hit the middle-level zombie beast. The power of a punch is not as exaggerated and abnormal as Hong Yu's. But it was enough to shake this zombie beast. Roar! It is clear, Shen Qing's punch hurt the opponent, but it also angered him. Almost instantly, gray energy spread all over the middle-level zombie beast. Scarlet eyes stared at Shen Qing. It is clear. It went berserk. Not far away, Bai Wuhua said in surprise. Xiao Qingzi is so fierce. Now he can master RB-Te middle-level zombies alone. If I remember correctly, his bloodline awakening value is only 3% at most. With 3% of the bloodline awakening value, you can defeat a middle-level zombie beast alone. My face is so red. Gao Xiaoxiao also noticed Shen Qing's bright eyes narrowed slightly. Sharp. It is indeed an apex-level bloodline zombie, according to the current trend. Closing square bracket. I'm afraid, when Shen Qing's awakening value reaches 10%, she will be able to face the high-level zombie beast alone. Closing square bracket. Mu Bengtu remained expressionless. His fluorescent blue eyes couldn't help but fall in the direction of Shen Qing. No, closing square bracket. Only in this case, it is impossible for him to kill the high-level zombie beast. Closing square bracket. He still has a trump card. Closing square bracket. What will it be? Closing square bracket. Another punch landed. Shen Qing completely let go of her hands and feet in this battle, and her heart was filled with joy. When the middle-level zombie beast was knocked down, Shen Qing jumped up and reached the beast's head. Subsequently, the punches landed without stopping. Less than a minute at most. This middle-level zombie beast was hammered to death by him. Turning to look at other zombies, she felt numb. The pride that had just risen in my heart disappeared in an instant. More than 30 middle-level zombie beasts were all killed. At the same time, Bai Wuhua and the 3 zombies had already begun to deal with the remaining 3 high-level zombie beasts. It seems that the awakening value is still too low. Just when Shen Qing was muttering to herself, "Roar!" a beast roar came from the entrance of the stalactite cave not far away. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow flashed. Without any warning, another high-level zombie beast rushed out. And the eyes of the high-level zombie beast were obviously bright. The moment it appears, the chosen target is also very clear. It is Shen Qing, Bai Wuhua, Xiao Qingzi, Gao Xiaoxiao. No, another one rushed out. Lao Mu silently turned around and threw the iron hammer at the high-level zombie beast like lightning. However, a scene from Anomaly appeared. I saw a high-level zombie about to be hit by a hammer. It suddenly stopped in place, easily avoiding the hammer that could threaten it. At the same time, turn the animal head. A human smile that should never exist appeared on the lips of that high-level zombie beast. Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, and Lao Mu were shocked at the same time. That zombie beast is laughing. Zombie beast. It is a general term for the zombieization of beasts. It retains the nature of the beast before it transformed into a corpse. However, due to the zombie transformation, the overall level of brutality is far higher than before the zombie transformation. For zombie beasts, he has spiritual intelligence, but it is not high. Now, this end in front of me is completely different. The smile is full of humanity, and the cunning animal eyes reveal the clarity of Anomaly. Roar! The high-level zombie beast suddenly roared. Then, he ignored Mu Lengtu who had just attacked him, and headed straight for Shen Qing with accurate aim. Xiao Qingzi, be careful. Shen, please be careful. Shen Qing, Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, and Lao Mu all spoke at the same time. But because the high-level zombie beasts he was dealing with had not yet been dealt with, he was unable to escape for the time being. It was Bai Wuhua who withstood the blow from the high-level zombie beast and rushed towards Shen Qing at high speed. However, it's still too late. That high-level zombie beast is extremely fast. In the past few breaths, he had arrived in front of Shen Qing. The fox's claws went straight to Shen Qing's head, trying to kill him with one blow. This zombie beast fox is also smart. At the same time as the attack, he actually flicked his tail and swept towards Shen Qing's lower body. The attack was so sharp that it was impossible to tell that the opponent was just a beast. Shen Qing. A breath of thick air came out of his trembling throat. Critical moment. A faint layer of gray suddenly appeared on Shen Qing's body. His pupils, which originally turned fluorescent blue due to his abnormal calmness, also turned into scarlet, which represents killing, at the same time. Abnormal rage. The speed suddenly increased, with the shoulder as the minimum cost. While being torn apart, Shen Qing's body anomaly twisted, and a punch collided with the huge fox tail. At the same time, the fist is replaced by the palm, grabbing and pulling. The high-level zombie beast fox, which was nearly 3 meters in size, was thrown out directly by Shen Qing. Bai Wuhua. Did Xiao Qingzi take hormones? While Gao Xiaoxiao fought off the high-level zombie beast, his beautiful eyes widened and flashed. This is. Lao Mu's heart suddenly tightened, and he spoke 4 words with trembling teeth. Abnormal violence. Bai Wuhua. What a surprise. It's actually Sister Hong's abnormal rage. I'm going. It will kill the zombies. Abnormally calm, abnormally violent, dual abnormal bloodline characteristics. After a brief shock, Lao Mu frowned slightly and denied in his heart. Wrong. Closing square bracket. Even if it is abnormally violent, the increase in his original attributes cannot reach the point of killing high-level zombie beasts. Closing square bracket. Lao Mu remembered that Hong Yu had told them about the general function of abnormal rage. The main core is to directly increase the three-phase attributes. The range is around 0.50%, 200%. The value is directly related to the bloodline awakening value. Even if Shen Qing's bloodline awakening value reaches 3%, every 1% of the bloodline awakening value increases the three-phase attributes by 15 points each. Counting the basics, Shen Qing's current three-phase attributes are at most 45 points each. Turn on the abnormal rage, and you can reach the sky no more than 70. As for the three-phase attributes of high-level zombie beasts, even the lowest one has already exceeded 100. High ones can even double. Lao Mu directly denied it in his heart. Absolutely impossible. Closing square bracket. With Shen Qing's current situation, it is absolutely impossible to kill the high-level zombie beast alone. Closing square bracket. His pupils suddenly froze, and Mu Bang's head felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that he still has means? Closing square bracket. Hongyu. Old Mu. I don't know when, the red moon has turned back. The zombie beast king and the snake were lying on the ground and their life and death were unknown. Seeing that Bai Wuhua's support had arrived, he also helped Shen Qing resist the attack of the zombie beast and fox. Hongyu said meaningfully, sometimes, being a zombie will be easier if you think less about it. She didn't plan to support him, mainly because Shen Qing had already activated his abnormal rage. In addition to the overall strengthening, the current Shen Qing's actual three-phase attributes are at least 120 points each. Coupled with Bai Wuhua's support and pull, even if Shen Qing loses his mind due to abnormal rage, the two zombies will still have no problem dealing with this high-level zombie beast fox. Mu Lengtu lost his unusual calmness, stared at Shen Qing and said, I'm just curious. Why is he so unique? Hearing this, Hongyu chuckled and nodded but did not answer. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Qing like a string. Yes. Closing square bracket. Why is he so unique? Closing square bracket. Perhaps like parents, like children. Closing square bracket. As Hongyu expected, a few minutes later, the fierce fighting situation gradually turned around. While carrying the offensive of the high-level zombie beast fox, Bai Wuhua cooperated with the irrational Shen Qing to carry out effective attacks. Soon, the zombie beast fox was covered in scars, and the bones of its right front leg were broken by Shen Qing's punch. Even though high-level zombie beasts have strong self-healing capabilities, they cannot recover quickly from such injuries in a short period of time. Roar! The zombie beast fox roared unwillingly, its eyes still bright. Next moment, it suddenly changed direction, and while its body was covered in gray, it rushed directly into the stalactite cave. Its speed is obviously more than twice as fast as before. Hongyu looked serious. Escape. Moreover, in the battle just now, this high-level zombie beast never used berserk from beginning to end. It seems that this time it is a test. Gao Xiaoxiao had already finished dealing with the high-level zombie beast, and stood beside Hongyu a little anxiously. Sister Hong, just let it run away like this. Hongyu. Shen Qing's abnormal rage is almost over. Are we going deep into the second floor at this time? It's too dangerous. Now that the entrance to the second floor has been found, let's take him back first and let's make a long-term plan. It's 10 minutes in the evening. There was a lot of conversation in the Eastern excavation team. In the afternoon, Bai Wuhua went to the core area in advance to sell wine and meat. Just to celebrate. Haha, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect that this zombie beast king also has a beast king corpse core. Bai Wuhua happily took a bite of the meat and said, now, Xiao Qingzi's corpse core has also been found. Gao Xiaoxiao took a sip of juice and smacked his lips. What a difference in treatment. Shen Qing is indeed the male zombie that Sister Hong likes. His awakening value is only 3%, so he has prepared his corpse core in advance. Hongyu coughed lightly. Ahem. I have a decision and I want to see what you guys mean. Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, and Lao Mu, 3 zombies came after hearing this. Hongyu continued. Since Shen Qing is of apex level bloodline, he has chosen to stay in our Eastern excavation team. So, I'm going to give him the best resources we can offer him. Lao Mu's expression was stunned, and it was obvious that he had guessed something. On the contrary, Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao looked confused. Bai Wuhua, Sister Hong, what is the best resource? Gao Xiaoxiao, it seems we can only provide Shen Qing's corpse core, right? Hong Yu glanced around, and finally her eyes fell on Mu Langtu. Lao Mu looked at him. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Hong Yu then said again, I plan to leave this Beast King corpse core to Shen Qing and help him spend 50% of the time. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao. The two zombies shouted in unison with their eyes widened. What? Use Beast King corpse core to increase the awakening value by 50%. The white five-tongue bridge cannot be lowered. Be good, Sister Hong, Xiao Qingzi doesn't know. Is he really your long-lost brother? Chapter 21. Beast King corpse core is also a corpse core. However, the zombie energy contained in it is even more powerful. It also includes the most primitive and bloody killings of zombies. Under normal circumstances, Beast King corpse cores are used by the zombie army to strengthen the body and combat of high-level bloodline zombies whose bloodline awakening value is above 70%. Although it can also be used to spend 50% of the awakening value. But no matter what, it's a bit wasteful. Lao Mu, okay. Apex level, multi-feature. The Beast King corpse core is worth every penny. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao looked at each other. It ended with a shrug. Xiao Qingzi is of apex level bloodline after all, so I don't have any objection. Gao Xiaoxiao. I don't have any objection either. Since there was no objection, the matter was quickly finalized. It was also at this time. Shen Qing, who was lying on the shabby sofa, faintly woke up. The first time he opened his eyes, he noticed 4 pairs of gray eyes staring at him. Shen Qing. In 2 days, he fell into coma twice due to abnormal rage. This made Shen Qing feel a little hot. Bai Wuhua stood up, shook off his fat, gave Shen Qing a thumbs up and said, Newbie. Abnormal calmness, abnormal rage, apex level bloodline. Xiao Qingzi, I think you want to go to heaven. Gao Xiaoxiao also came up curiously. Shen Qing, what does it feel like when using abnormal rage? Does your brain just go blank? Mu Langtu didn't speak. He just nodded to Shen Qing. Look at the 4 zombies all looking at you. Shen Qing wanted to get up, but the anomaly feeling of powerlessness still spread throughout his body. Hong Yu, you forgot my previous reminder so quickly. Just lie down quietly. Bai Wuhua raised a piece of meat in his hand and smacked his lips with a look of greed. It's more comfortable to lie down flat. You don't even need to eat meat. Just looking at it makes you full. Lao Mu, I'm sick. Gao Xiaoxiao, you want to die. Shen Qing liked the slapstick and heartwarming scene very much. Since his parents went to the above world, except for Tang Ling, he hasn't gotten along with other zombies like this for a long time. It didn't take long. When Bai Wuhua and others were eating meat and drinking wine, Shen Qing suddenly asked, Sister Hong, why are you okay? What Shen Qing asked was, of course, Hong Yu also used abnormal rage, but why didn't he have such serious side effects as him? Hear the words. Hong Yu took a puff of her cigarette, raised her beautiful eyes with long eyelashes and said, because, my abnormal rage has never been fully activated. Shen Qing. Full open. Can the bloodline characteristics still be used halfway? Back then, there was a class taught in school about the characteristics of blood. What it talks about is the knowledge about the categories and usage methods of bloodline characteristics. But the bloodline characteristics are not fully activated. This is the first time Shen Qing heard it. Hong Yu explained patiently, I don't know about other characteristics. But the abnormal rage can selectively turn on the increased intensity according to the user's control. Under normal circumstances, when I turn on the abnormal rage, the increase is within 100%. If you encounter an irresistible danger, the highest increase I can activate is 150%. The words fell. Bai Wuhua immediately said, Xiao Qingzi, do you still remember the way we mentioned Sister Hong's ability to stay awake under abnormal violence when we were in the cave? This method is to choose the value to turn on the increase based on the actual situation. The main reason why Sister Hong needs to enter a battle where she loses her mind is to find out what the maximum increase value can be while staying awake. Hong Yu nodded. This method she had reached the temporary height of 100% in the last battle with the zombie beast king in the cave. As for whether it can be improved in the future, Hong Yu is not sure, and needs to try slowly. Certainly, the main reason for doing this is also the zombie armies saying that blood characteristics can never be used. If Hong Yu doesn't use her bloodline characteristics, then she might really become a waste. Able to choose the appropriate amount of increased value while staying awake. Even if you use it secretly, no zombies will know. This is what Hong Yu has been doing since she came back from the earthly world. Patting the back of Shen Qing's hand, Hong Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will teach you personally if I have the opportunity in the future. What's more, your awakening value is low now, and the enemies you face are not dangerous. Within the controllable range, you will master the abnormal rage faster than me." End this topic. Immediately afterwards, it was about the second floor of the cave. The expressions of Bai Wuhua and other zombies also darkened as the topic rose. Hong Yu, I am sure that behind the stalactite cave is the entrance to the second floor of the beast cave. Based on the situation of this battle, the number of high-level zombie beasts in the second floor cave may be terrifying. 4 high-level zombie beasts and a zombie beast king randomly rushed out. Presumably, there are at least 10 zombie beast kings on the second floor. High-level zombie beasts may become more powerful. That's it for a while. Hong Yu frowned slightly and smacked her lips. Tisk, it's difficult to handle. Bai Wuhua, what if we guard the entrance to the second floor? Wait for them to come out on their own. The risk will be much smaller this way, right? Hong Yu sighed. The zombie army in Area 77 doesn't have much time left for us. Take appropriate risks and seize the time to leave Area 65. After the high-level corpse crystal mine is finalized, our good days will come. Full of wine and food, Bai Wuhua and the others went back. Shen Qing suffered from the sequelae of abnormal violence. Today I stayed in the Eastern Excavation Group again. Hong Yu naturally took on the role of care again. Looking at Hong Yu, who was half leaning on the chair, Shen Qing hesitated for a long time before asking out the doubts in her heart. Sister Hong, why do you want to leave Area 65? Hong Yu didn't open her eyes and just replied softly, because we zombies who were given up have not given up on ourselves. The next day, body recovered. It took one morning to complete today's corpse crystal mining task. Hong Yu, Shen Qing and others returned to the den again in the afternoon. Stalactite Cave. Bai Wuhua brought a lot of special equipment today. The rudimentary restrictive fence has been erected. Many traps specifically designed to restrict zombie beasts were laid in front of the stalactite cave. After everything is done, Hong Yu then looked towards the stalactite cave. All right, as planned last night, our main purpose today is not to fight, but to assist Lao Mu in drawing the second floor of the cave. If any accident occurs, run to the stalactite cave as soon as possible. These traps and containment fences are enough to alleviate most of the trouble. Bai Wuhua puffed up her fat belly, patted her chest and said, Sister Hong, you can rest assured that I, Lao Bai, will take the lead. Something is wrong. Don't you know how fast I am running away? Lao Mu's expression darkened, and his pupils gradually turned fluorescent blue. Abnormal calmness and diffusion of perception. Except for Mu Langtu, none of the other zombies have activated their bloodline characteristics. Everything was ready. Hong Yu waved her hand gently. Set off. The Eastern Excavation team officially entered the second floor of the Beast Cave. The second floor of the cave. The actual environment is the same as the first floor. They are all natural caves, extending in all directions. Only, there are obviously several times more zombie beasts on the second floor of the cave than on the first floor. From the time I entered until now, it has only been more than 10 minutes. The distance traveled is less than a few hundred meters. But Shen Qing and the others had encountered no less than 100 middle-level zombies. If it weren't for Lao Mu's unusual calmness, I'm afraid. If you enter the second floor rashly, you will have to shed your skin even if you don't die. Bai Wuhua was in front, carrying the map frame on his broad back. Lao Mu was behind and didn't speak from the beginning to the end. Every time you walk a certain distance, you will draw a rough route nearby and the general distribution of zombie beasts. The task was carried out in an orderly and safe manner. Hong Yu. So far, no high-level zombie beast has appeared on the second floor. Something seems wrong. Gao Xiaoxiao clenched her fists and couldn't help but squirm her jade throat and said, Sister Hong, don't scare me. We can't encounter high-level zombies, probably because of the spread of Lao Mu's perception. Hongyu squinted her eyes, with a hint of vigilance in her expression. I hope so. I'm afraid, if the high-level zombies don't come now, they will be a group if they come. After finishing her words, Hongyu looked at Shen Qing and said, Shen Qing, try to turn on abnormal calmness and perception diffusion. You mainly focus on the zombie beasts with auras of high level and above. As long as anything goes wrong, immediately remind us to retreat. Shen Qing nodded. At the same time, the gray eyes gradually became covered with a layer of fluorescent blue. Abnormal calmness and diffusion of perception. Although not as perverted as Lao Mu. But now, Shen Qing's perception spreads, and it is still no problem to expand within a radius of 10 meters. If a high-level zombie beast or even a zombie beast king appears, Shen Qing will be able to detect it immediately. After Hongyu finished speaking, the surroundings became quiet again. The atmosphere is anomaly, quiet and depressing. This situation lasted for nearly an hour. During this period of time, Shen Qing did not notice the appearance of any high-level zombies. Lao Mu, go back and come here first. After marking the last position, Lao Mu lost his unusual calmness and let out a deep breath. It is not easy to maintain bloodline characteristics for a long time. Especially the higher the bloodline awakening value, the greater the cost of maintaining characteristics. What is consumed is not physical strength, but energy. Hongyu nodded lightly. Okay. Just stop here first, let's go back and rest for a while, and continue later. Bai Wuhua, who had been bending over, couldn't help but straighten his stiff waist. Kaka, maintaining the same posture for a long time was a credit to the zombies who were tireless, otherwise Bai Wuhua would have struggled to walk. However, just when Hongyu and others were about to turn around and go back. Sudden, Shen Qing's eyes were startled, and he immediately pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Breathing seemed very loud at this moment. Shen Qing frowned, in the range of abnormal calmness and diffusion of perception. An energy appeared that made his heart palpitate. Hongyu approached and asked timidly, high level. Shen Qing shook his head, Beast King. 3 heads. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Several zombies were shocked at the same time. 3-headed zombie Beast King. Bai Wuhua lowered his voice, I'll go. If you don't make a sound, you will be a blockbuster. Are you determined not to stop until you scare the zombies to death? Gao Xiaoxiao. Shish, Lao Bai, shut up now. Exceptionally calm and precise capture. A richer fluorescent blue covered old Mu's eyes. At the same time, Mu Lengtu's expression also changed as precise capture was turned on. It turned out to be panic. Aha, no words were spoken. Lao Mu turned around and left. Because he turned on his abnormal calmness, he didn't even say a word to Hongyu and others. Just wave a hammer forward. While killing a middle-level zombie beast that was about to discover them, they ran away like the wind. Bai Wuhua was stunned. Should I wipe it? What's wrong with Lao Mu? Hongyu seemed to have guessed something, and immediately followed directly in the direction of Lao Mu. Quick, leave quickly. I'm afraid Lao Mu has noticed the danger that we can't resist. Roar. Hongyu's reaction was still a little late. Just as she turned to leave, 3 pairs of bloody eyes were already staring at her. At the same time, the dull beast roar made the zombies' ears ring. 3 zombie beast kings, at least 7 meters away, carrying nearly 50 high-level zombie beasts, had already surrounded them. Among them, there was a zombie fox lying in the ear of a zombie beast king, whispering something. Bai Wuhua. That's it. The high-level zombie beast that attacked Xiao Qingzi before. Hongyu's face turned ugly. That's not right. Are they communicating? This is impossible. Zombie beasts can actually evolve intelligence that is enough to support communication. What's the difference between this and a zombies? Abnormal hair Kamitatsu. Abnormal hair brown bear. Gao Xiaoxiao decisively activated the characteristic, and her twin ponytails turned into 2 sharp sickles. At the same time, the hair on her body also grew rapidly. And in a very short period of time, he turned into a brown bear covered with hair. Abnormal fat body shape. Abnormal fat rapid consumption. Bai Wuhua also turned on his special characteristics at the same time. Although his body was more than 3 times fatter, a layer of faint red spots slowly appeared on his blue-gray skin. Abnormal rage 100% increase. Hongyu glanced in the direction of Lao Mu, who was not surrounded by the enemy in the distance. Although it was far away, he could still see the other party stamping his feet. Hongyu, don't come back, we can handle it ourselves. Looking at the 3 zombies who were on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy, Shen Qing felt the approach of death for the first time. Hongyu, Shen Qing, you and Lao Bai and the others find a way to leave. I will find a way to escape after you leave. It was obvious that Hongyu was planning to use 150% of his abnormal rage. Only, because Shen Qing and others are still there, she can't use it yet. Perhaps it was due to his previous experience in the zombie army where he lost control of his strength and killed his teammates. Hongyu became even more cautious when faced with her own full strength and abnormal violence. Hongyu, Lao Bai, don't be reluctant to fight, take Shen Qing away. Leave all zombies to Beast King. The words haven't been finished yet. A pair of animal eyes full of playfulness appeared behind Hongyu at some unknown time. Roar. It wasn't a roar, but a sound like teasing a toy came out of the zombie Beast King's mouth. Hongyu was startled and could not react in time. The other 2 zombies, Beast King, had already blocked Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao's retreat. It is clear, this group of zombie Beast King also possesses high intelligence. He also knows how to act separately. Hongyu cursed secretly, regardless of whether she would threaten Bai Wuhua and the others. On the body, the gray energy instantly turned into blood red. His eyes were as red as blood. Abnormal rage. Hey, greedy drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. Hongyu's originally sloppy long hair was like a lion's hair that had exploded and was fluttering in the wind. Base. A moment, the red moon disappeared in place. Next moment, the figure that looked like scarlet blood spots appeared in an instant above the head of the blocking zombie Beast King. Follow closely. The palms become claws. One buckle, one grab, one force. The zombie Beast King with endless oppression. The head was actually torn off alive by Hongyu. Shen Qing watched this scene in shock. Is this the real abnormal rage of Sister Hong? Closing square bracket. The battle is about to break out. More than 50 high-level zombies swarmed in. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao instantly entered the battle. Xiao Qingzi, hurry up and meet Lao Mu, don't worry about us. While Bai Wuhua was resisting the zombie Beast King's attack, he was dragging 5 or 6 high-level zombie beasts. While speaking, he also gave Shen Qing a very forced smile. Without hesitation, the target of the zombie Beast King was not him. Shen Qing turned around and ran away. To him, let alone the zombie Beast King. Even 2 high-level zombie beasts would probably kill them. Shen Qing ran away, and many high-level zombies also chased him. Seeing this, Bai Wuhua lifted up the zombie Beast King with his fat body. Then, he threw it in the direction of the crazy Hongyu. Let's go. At the same time, the faint red spots on Lao Bai's legs turned blood red. The thighs that were originally bloated and fat suddenly lost weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. And his speed was more than twice as fast as before. In a few breaths, he stopped in front of the high-level zombie beasts that were chasing Shen Qing. Bai Wuhua. Hey, I'm sorry, I can't let you get what you want. Look at Gao Xiaoxiao again. Her strength is not weak in the first place. If her bloodline awakening value were not high enough, with her combat power and characteristics, it would not be difficult to face the zombie Beast King alone. However, Gao Xiaoxiao's bloodline awakening value is only 38%. That's it was only upgraded by killing the high-level zombie beast before. Facing the zombie Beast King, the sharp sickle weasel transformed into twin ponytails obviously has no big effect. But, the abnormal hair and brown bear gave her a considerable level of defense. Containing the zombie Beast King in a short period of time will not cause any big problems. The premise is, the group of high-level zombies that are eyeing her will not take action against her. The crazy Hongyu punched out the right eye of the zombie Beast King. He was breathing heavily, not from exhaustion, but from excitement and a desire for bloody killing. First, he killed a zombie Beast King instantly, and then seriously injured another one. The red moon that unleashes its abnormal violence without any reservation is terrifying. But again, Bai Wuhua and the others also knew very well that all the surrounding zombie beasts would be killed before the end of Hong Yu's abnormal rage. So, Red Moon's target will fall on them. Bai Wuhua. Xiao Xiao. Lead the zombie beast to Sister Hong as much as possible, and then find a way to escape. Gao Xiao Xiao. Yeah, is Shen Qing okay? I just saw the zombie fox chasing him out. Bai Wuhua smacked his lips. Or did you miss one? But it doesn't matter. Xiao Qingzi's strength is not weak. With the abnormal rage turned on, it won't be a big problem to defeat the high-level zombie beast fox alone. We'll just pick him up when it's over. Besides, that guy Lao Mu hasn't gone far, and he should meet up with Xiao Qingzi soon. Shen Qing, who had already run away, couldn't help but look back. Hong Yu fights like crazy. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao are a little far-fetched. It would be nice if the awakening value was higher. Closing square bracket. Faced with this situation, I can't help at all. Closing square bracket. Shen Qing blamed herself. Although we didn't get along with this group of zombies from the Eastern Excavation Team for a short time. But it was the most relaxing time for Shen Qing in the past few years. The more goals you have, the more you pursue. Shen Qing will realize more and more that he is simply too weak now. Let's go find Lao Mu first. Closing square bracket. At the same time. The earthly world, a semi-developed area far away from the 65 zombie military zone. In a cave imprisoned by the zombie army, Tang Ling, who had just killed the junior zombie beast, felt uneasy for some reason. Tang Ling, I feel that with your current strength, you can definitely try the middle-level zombie beast. The combination of apex-level bloodline and body strengthening is simply too powerful. A young man of similar age to Tang Ling praised. Tang Ling shook his head and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. It's still too early. At least wait until my bloodline awakening value reaches 10% before trying the middle-level zombie beast. As soon as he finished speaking, that uneasiness suddenly arose again. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her breathing was a little heavy. What happened? Closing square bracket. Why am I so flustered? Closing square bracket. Green. Closing square bracket. Is Qing in danger? Closing square bracket. The figure of Shen Qing appeared in Tang Ling's mind, and she rejected this idea for a moment. Won't. Closing square bracket. The underground city is considered the safest place, and Qing being in the underground city is actually a kind of protection. Closing square bracket. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Closing square bracket. It is better to seize the time to increase the awakening value and return to the dungeon early to pick up Qing. Closing square bracket. Tang Ling has come to the earthly world as of today. Her bloodline awakening value increased the fastest among the zombies in the same batch. It has reached a terrifying 2.7%. From the very beginning, the instructor needs to assist in killing the junior zombies. It's easy to cope with being alone until now. Tang Ling's growth is obvious to all the zombie army. Lu Hong nodded to the instructor in charge of safety and said, he is indeed the best seedling this year. Apex level bloodline, strengthening the whole body. In addition, she is very hardworking. As time goes by, I am afraid that this girl is most likely to become the leader of our zombie army in District 65. The instructor agreed and looked at Tang Ling with eyes full of appreciation. Yes, Vice Captain Lu really found a treasure this time. Oh, by the way, is that the Shen Qing you mentioned before? Mention Shen Qing. Lu Hong's originally smiling face suddenly froze. The instructor continued without noticing. After all, Shenming was the headquarters of the 3rd Army of District 65, and he was your direct superior. Should we? Lu Hong interrupted with a gloomy expression. Don't care about things you shouldn't care about. I gave him a chance, but he failed to live up to his expectations. Okay, let's drop this topic. The instructor shrank his neck. Everyone in the zombie army in District 65 knows that Lu Hong was one of the zombies who admired Shen Ming the most. However, since Shen Ming disappeared, Lu Hong's personality changed drastically, and the name Shen Ming was rarely mentioned. Looking at Lu Hong's back, the instructor sighed inwardly. Perhaps, Deputy Lu is also because of that rumor. Closing square bracket. After all, the person he admired most betrayed the zombie army. Closing square bracket. Alas, because of mentioning Shen Qing and the gods. Lu Hong was obviously in a bad mood. Looking in the direction of Tang Ling, he narrowed his eyes and secretly said, "Want to bring that kid out?" Closing square bracket. Tang Ling, from the moment you came to the earthly world, he and you were no longer in the same world. Closing square bracket. Perhaps when you become stronger and actually meet him, you will understand what I mean. Closing square bracket. Lu Hong naturally knew Tang Ling's plan. But he didn't stop it. Even though the 65 zombie army will not let a junior bloodline zombie come to the ground, he also still showed a supportive attitude. Just because. When Tang Ling returns to the dungeon, she will discover for herself that there is a gap between apex-level bloodline zombies and primary bloodline zombies. What a ridiculous gap. Instead of being so sincere, it would be better to let Tang Ling figure it out for himself. Primary bloodline zombie. In her eyes, he should be among the grassroots of the underground city. Livestock. Rubbish. However, Lu Hong never dreamed of it. Trash and livestock in his heart. Now, but he was facing one head-on, and even he was turned pale by it. Zombie Beast King. Area 65 Underground City. Deep in the eastern mine. The second floor of the cave. Shen Qing didn't dare to take a breath, looking at the two zombie beasts not far away that were attacking him in a pincer attack. Shen Qing's face was extremely ugly. A high-level zombie beast fox. Closing square bracket. A zombie beast king lion. Closing square bracket. How many zombies are there on the second floor of this beast cave, Beast King? Closing square bracket. For Shen Qing, it was not difficult for him to deal with a high-level zombie beast fox. After turning on the abnormal rage, there is no problem in fighting the opponent to a close. You can add another zombie, Beast King. Must die. Abnormally violent, Shen Qing dare not open it. Just because the zombie Beast King's eyes were full of laziness, his eyes never moved away from him from the beginning to the end. Although the form is loose, if the spirit has any movement, I'm afraid the other party will tear him apart in an instant. Roar. High-level zombie beast and fox are pressing forward step by step. The cunning and a trace of hatred in the beast's eyes clearly showed its dissatisfaction with the last defeat to Shen Qing. A beast roared. It also declares its sovereignty. Aha! The zombie beast fox's speed suddenly increases. Within 1 or 2 breaths, it appeared on Shen Qing's side. The sharp fox claws approached the neck, trying to cut off Shen Qing's head. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Extreme body strengthening and leg amplification. The fox claw almost brushed past Shen Qing's neck. There is no 3-phase attribute increase of abnormal fury. The dodge of this attack was extremely thrilling. Shen Qing was not even sure that he could successfully avoid the next attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the zombie beast king not far away. The huge body was lying on the ground, its half-opened animal eyes still staring at Shen Qing. Only, it has no intention of getting involved in the battle between Shen Qing and the zombie beast fox. It is more inclined to watch Shen Qing being torn apart by the zombie beast fox. Ha! The zombie beast king actually lazily hit hatch at this time. From beginning to end, Shen Qing was never looked down upon. Do you think I'm not enough of a threat to this zombie beast fox? Closing square bracket. Hee, what a zombie with intelligence. Closing square bracket. Are they any different from us zombies? Closing square bracket. Roar. The zombie beast fox attacks again, this time the attack is obviously sharper than before. Fox claws and fangs are used in every possible way. After several rounds, Shen Qing's body had been torn with several wounds. Blue-black blood continued to seep from the wound. Ultimate body strengthening and self-healing increase. Light cyan light envelopes the body. The shocking injuries are also recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the next second, boom, a tremor without warning. A huge figure stood behind Shen Qing at some point. The shock just now was caused by the fall of its huge beast palm. The bright beast eyes narrowed slightly, staring straight at Shen Qing. Although there was no communication, Shen Qing already knew. Zombie Beast King now means self-healing cannot be used. Let me bleed to death a little bit. Closing square bracket. It is indeed a beast. Closing square bracket. Accept fate. Then he was torn apart alive by a zombie beast fox. Shen Qing's eyes gradually became sharper. At the same time, a faint gray layer appeared on the body. The originally fluorescent blue pupils turned into scarlet little by little. Shen Xiao plans to fight hard, even if you know you are outmatched. But before the abnormal rage has fully started, the zombie beast king's huge beast tail is already approaching at great speed. No surprises at all. Under this tail, Shen Qing flew backwards like a cannonball. Even if the bones are strengthened by the extreme whole body, they will be greatly enhanced. Under this blow, he was still overwhelmed. The sternum was almost completely shattered. The same goes for the spine. Looking at the frivolous eyes of the zombie beast king, Shen Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Is the gap so big?" The zombie beast fox didn't give Shen Qing a chance to heal. As it approached step by step, a sarcastic and snarling beast roar came from its mouth. That look looked very much like a villain's success. What else can be done? Closing square bracket. Are you just accepting your fate? Closing square bracket. Shen Qingxin said. Then the next second, a terrifying thought suddenly occurred in his mind. Once this idea appeared, it lingered in his mind. Seeing that the zombie beast fox was approaching, Shen Qing bit his teeth. Forget it, give it a try. Adjust your breathing. Although the zombie beast fox is already in front of him, he will even end his life in the next moment with his raised claws. But Shen Qing still slowly closed her eyes at this critical moment. He looked like he was resigned to his fate, like he was waiting to die. In his mind, scenes flashed. In the cave, the zombie beast king porcupine was killed by the red moon. The zombie beast king snake entrenched in front of the stalactite cave. The zombie beast king wolf who was just cut into pieces by Hong Yu's bare hands. The zombie beast king bear who was punched in the eye by the red moon. Gao Xiaoxiao barely restrained the zombie beast king rat. As well as the beast king lion who is still staring at his unorganized zombies now. Since joining the Eastern excavation team, he came to the beast cave. Enter the second floor of the beast cave. Along the way, Shen Qing has seen a total of 6 zombie beast kings. Each body shape is different, but they all have one thing in common. Terrifying, huge, and oppressive. That is the aura that only belongs to the zombie beast king. Roar. High-level zombie beast fox doesn't know why Shen Qing closed her eyes. But the sharp fox claws didn't stop at all and grabbed Shen Qing's head directly. At the same time, Shen Qing suddenly opened his eyes. Create. Zombie beast king. Boom. The earth shook. The entire cave felt like it was crumbling at this moment. Roar. The ear-piercing roar of the beast was extremely long and echoed throughout the second floor of the cave. Gao Xiaoxiao, who had just led the third zombie beast king to the vicinity of the red moon, was suddenly startled by the beast's roar in the distance. Looking around, his expression was very ugly. Old Bai, that direction is where Shen Qing escaped just now. Bai Wuhua was shocked. Impossible. That voice and the movement just now, could it be another zombie beast king? It's over. I'm done with it now. There are too many zombie beast kings on the second floor, right? The words fell. Bai Wuhua shouted to Gao Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, hurry up and support Xiao Qingzi. You don't have to worry about it here, I'll fight it alone." Gao Xiaoxiao. Okay. Speeding up, ignoring all the zombie beasts staring at him, Gao Xiaoxiao flew into the distance as fast as he could. But her heart was like a bright mirror. Zombie beast king. Although Shen Qing is very powerful, she can face the zombie beast king. His result is, there is no support at all. I hope Lao Mu is faster than me, otherwise, Shen Qing will be really in danger. Closing square bracket. Watching Gao Xiaoxiao leave, Bai Wuhua consumed the abnormal fat and speed at almost the maximum level. Every trace of zombie energy in every corner of the body was squeezed clean by Bai Wuhua. Looking at Hong Yu in embarrassment, Bai Wuhua cried and shouted, "Sister Hong, stop being crazy. If we continue to be crazy, Xiao Qingzi will really be gone." The other side. Ever since Shen Qing used the inherent talent of his bloodline to try to create the zombie beast king, his brain shut down instantly and he passed out on the spot. Only, the zombie beast fox that was supposed to tear him apart was now a puddle of flesh. Roar. The beast roared for a long time, slowly spiraling up. In front of the unconscious Shen Qing. The smoke cleared. He has black hair and a fierce look. The 4 canine teeth were glowing with blood, and the Lion King's eyes were filled with ferocity as he looked at the zombie beast king opposite. A giant creature nearly 10 meters in size gradually emerged. Mu Bengtu had not gone far. When he heard the roar of the beast, he was already heading here. Only, the scene in front of him was unexpected. Old Mu's pupils dilated and he said in shock, "Two zombie beast kings. And they are still in confrontation." In sight, far away, the lazy zombie, Beast King, had already stood up and looked at the other zombie, Beast King, with shock in his eyes. After all, no matter who is transformed into a zombie Beast King, they will probably be confused. Roar! A low groan came out, and the zombie Beast King lion sent out a warning signal. The tip of its nose was wrinkled, and the beast's eyes were filled with fierce light. But the one created by Shen Qing was not afraid at all. He took one step forward and bared his teeth. With a body size of nearly 10 meters, it feels more terrifying and oppressive than the zombie Beast King lion. Its strength is extremely close to that of the alien zombie Beast King. He did not take the initiative to protect the unconscious Shen Qing. It is obvious that the zombie Beast King created by Shen Qing also has intelligence comparable to that of a zombie. The two behemoths looked at each other warily, and the sounds they made sounded more like testing. A long time, the zombie Beast King lion let out a beast roar. Then he turned around and left. At the same time, the zombie Beast King created by Shen Xiao suddenly looked in the direction of Lao Mu. His eyes were so sharp and terrifying. Even though the feeling of oppression was far away, it still made Mu Lengtu tremble all over. "Can't beat it. You can't beat this zombie Beast King. But Shen, please ask him." Lao Mu hesitated in his heart. He was not afraid of death. If he was really afraid of death, he would not turn back. The main reason was that the oppression given to him by the zombie Beast King was too strong, far beyond anything he had encountered before. If he rushes to rescue him, he may not be able to save Shen Qing, but he will have to die first. Think for a moment. Lao Mu bit his tooth crown, and his eyes glowed with a rich fluorescent blue. At the same time, he held two iron hammers in his hands, one on the left and one on the right. "Get up. Fight." Closing square bracket. However, before Lao Mu could rush out, a familiar voice reached his ears first. "Shen Qing, oh my god, what the hell is going on around here? Also, where is the zombie Beast King just now?" Gao Xiaoxiao arrived and noticed Shen Qing, who was unconscious on the ground. At the same time, she never let down her guard. "Mu Bengtu, hey, where's the zombie Beast King?" Walking out from behind the rock wall in the distance, Mu Bengtu was completely dumbfounded when he approached. The zombie Beast King who discovered him a few seconds ago was still there. But a few seconds later, the nearly 10-meter behemoth disappeared out of thin air. Gao Xiaoxiao noticed Lao Mu's appearance and immediately waved his hand and said, "Lao Mu, take Shen Qing away quickly. Let's leave the second floor of the den as soon as possible. Lao Bai's side should be almost finished." Hear the words. Putting aside his doubts for the time being, he picked up Shen Qing and rushed to the entrance of the second floor. It didn't take long. In front of the stalactite cave. Returning to the first floor again, Gao Xiaoxiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Come alive. The second floor of the beast cave is simply too dangerous. Lao Mu did not answer, but stared at the stalactite cave. Moment. Aren't you coming out yet? You've been following me all the way. As soon as these words came out, Gao Xiaoxiao instantly became furious. Abnormal hair, scythe weasel and abnormal hair, brown bear are activated at the same time. Lao Mu waved his hand, signaling Gao Xiaoxiao not to be nervous. He raised his chin in the direction of the stalactite hole. Soon, a creature covered in black hair slowly walked out from inside. Gao Xiaoxiao, hey, I have seen this kind of creature in records. It seems that before the extinction of mankind, they were called mastiffs. A pet that is very powerful in combat, extremely ferocious, but also protects its owner at the transcendent level. Why is there a mastiff on the second floor of the cave? Lao Mu shook his head, still staring at the mastiff. From the moment he left with Shen Qing on his back, he had been discovering the existence of this mastiff in the spread of his perception. Only, unexpectedly, the other party would follow him. They even followed him out of the stalactite cave. Mastiffs are not small, about 2 meters, a majestic body and thick mane, and clear and intelligent eyes. Mastiff rolled his eyes at Gao Xiaoxiao and Lao Mu. Then, He walked straight to Shen Qing, twisted his body, and climbed down obediently. Gao Xiaoxiao was shocked again. "Hey, are you here for Shen Qing?" "Old Mu, this, Mu Bangtu. I don't know. No hostility is felt from it, though." Somehow, there was a moment when Lao Mu looked at this mastiff just now, unable to help but shudder. It was as if he saw something in this mastiff that made his heart palpitate. Shaking his head, Lao Mu was amused by his own thoughts. Is it the terrifying zombie beast king from before? Closing square bracket. What unrealistic things am I thinking? Closing square bracket. Shen Qing was unconscious for more than 10 hours this time. It wasn't until late at night that I finally woke up. Eastern Excavation Group. Inside the office. As soon as Shen Qing opened her eyes, she heard a burst of discussion. Lao Mu. No, if the three of us go to the second floor, we will die. Bai Wuhua. Then what do you think we should do? Sister Hong hasn't come back yet, so I'm afraid something might happen to her. In addition to what you said before, it's equivalent to us meeting a total of 5 zombies beast king today. One of them is ridiculously strong. Gao Xiaoxiao. We should believe Sister Hong. We all see Sister Hong's strength. As long as she doesn't encounter the alien zombie beast king, she will be fine. Bai Wuhua. But, according to what Lao Mu just said, I suspect that the special one is most likely the beast king. Shen Qing understood. This time, he was attacked deep into the second floor of the cave. Hongyu seems to have failed to come back. As for that special zombie, the beast king, Shen Qing already has a rough guess. Mostly that idea was successfully created. Woo, sudden. There was a furry feeling on his hand, and Shen Qing lowered his head in confusion. At a glance, he noticed the mastiff lying next to the sofa. The mastiff seemed to sense that its owner was awake and rubbed Shen Qing's fingers with its thick hair on its temples. Bai Wuhua. Xiao Qingzi, are you awake? Lao Mu. Huh. Gao Xiaoxiao. Shen Qing, are you going to scare us to death? The 3 zombies who were still talking to each other noticed that Shen Qing woke up and sent greetings at the same time. Passing a glass of water to Shen Qing, Gao Xiaoxiao worriedly asked, "What's going on with you?" The sequelae of abnormal rage have never been so severe before. You know, this time, you were unconscious for a total of more than 10 hours. I told Lao Bai before that if you don't wake up, we will take you to the zombie testing center. Shen Qing tried to sit up. There was no sense of weakness in the body. I can't help but realize it in hindsight. It seems that this coma is mostly due to creation. Closing square bracket. Is the goal of life creation too high? Even higher than my apex level bloodline. Closing square bracket. In the future, try to avoid this kind of creation as much as possible. Closing square bracket. His eyes lowered subconsciously. Looking at the mastiff leaning against the sofa, Shen Qing felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. At the same time, I was shocked. Could it be? Is it the zombie beast king that I created? Closing square bracket. Shen Qing woke up. The biggest doubt of Lao Mu and the others is naturally what happened to Shen Qing before she fell into coma. After a while, Bai Wuhua was frightened. Be good. That zombie fox brought a zombie beast king. This revenge mentality is a bit too strong. Gao Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. Who says it's not the case? Thankfully, another zombie beast king popped up out of nowhere, otherwise Shen Qing would have been in danger. Lao Mu couldn't speak from the beginning to the end, and the doubts in his heart could not be answered. After all, when Shen Qing was in a coma, how could he possibly know why that special zombie beast king disappeared? Shen Qing stroked the mastiff's thick hair and asked, "What's going on with it?" Lao Mu. Follow me from the second floor. Not sure. But there is no hostility. He seems to be very close to you. Hear the words. The speculation in Shen Qing's heart became more solid. Bai Wuhua. No matter where it comes from, it's a canine leftover from the human era. It doesn't look like it has turned into a zombie yet. Is it possible that we zombies can be eaten? It's just right to be a gatekeeper for the East. Gao Xiaoxiao nodded and squatted next to the mastiff very much, wanting to imitate Shen Qing and reach out to touch the mastiff's hair. But, woo, a low groan came out. The mastiff's nose wrinkled. It was obvious that she was being treated differently. Gao Xiaoxiao said aggrievedly. No, why can Shen Qing touch it but I can't? Bai Wuhua coughed lightly. Okay. Now that Xiao Qingzi has woken up, let's go over Sister Hong's story in detail. Subsequently, in Bai Wuhua's narrative, Shen Qing understands. Since his escape, there have been no accidents on Hongyu's side. On the contrary, it went surprisingly smoothly. After Gao Xiaoxiao left, Hongyu even killed all 3 zombie beast kings. The number of remaining high-level zombies has dropped rapidly. Seeing that the high-level zombie beasts are almost gone, Hongyu's abnormal rage is not over yet. Bai Wuhua left first. Otherwise, when Hongyu kills all the surrounding high-level zombies, the abnormal rage has not dissipated. By then, her next target will be Bai Wuhua. Hear this. Everything is going smooth. That's why it's so strange. After Bai Wuhua left, Hongyu never returned. It stands to reason that the abnormal rage would have ended long ago. Especially when there are no more targets around Hongyu, her body will release its abnormal rage on its own. After all, the Red Moon Bloodline awakening value has reached 59%. The use of abnormal rage is not a day or two. Although the abnormal rage has side effects, it has little effect on Hongyu. Normal movement is completely fine. Even with the side effects of abnormal rage, she can still easily deal with high-level zombie beasts. It had been more than 10 hours since Bai Wuhua left. There was no news from Hongyu. His eyes fell on Shen Qing. Bai Wuhua said, "Xiao Qingzi, what do you think of this?" Shen Qing, "Go to the second floor." Lao Mu objected on the spot. "No. Sister Hong wouldn't agree even if she were here." Bai Wuhua was a little impatient. "No, I mean Lao Mu, if you are scared, just say so." Xiao Qingzi, a zombie with a bloodline awakening value of less than 5% didn't say anything. "Can't you just be a ball?" Lao Mu frowned. "Is he cowardly?" The main reason is that if zombies like them go to the second floor of the cave again, they may never return. After finally getting out of trouble, isn't this asking for death? Of course, he is also worried about Hongyu, but more importantly, he trusts Hongyu. Compared to the 4 zombies, Hongyu herself is far superior to them all. Lao Mu obviously said a lot today. It seemed that Bai Wuhua was also annoyed. "Okay, let me ask you. Even if we find Sister Hong, if he is besieged by the abnormal zombie beast king, what can we do to help? Help influence Sister Hong to use abnormal rage? Or help Sister Hong deal with the abnormal zombie beast king?" Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao. But Shen Qing replied with firm eyes, "Watch from a distance. Support if necessary. If there is no need, hide. At least, I don't want the zombies around me to disappear without explanation again." Lao Mu's expression was obviously stagnant. Gao Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Qing with some distress. Bai Wuhua sighed. "Although the 3 zombies don't know who Shen Qing's parents are. But I heard Hongyu mention it in Shen Qing's personal file. His parents disappeared in the above world 3 years ago. Precisely because they knew this, Bai Wuhua and the others sometimes took care of Shen Qing's feelings. Mention it now." The 3 zombies were immediately speechless. There was a moment of silence. Lao Mu sighed deeply. "Fine, just do as Shen Qing said." At the same time, deep in the second floor of the beast cave, Hongyu gradually woke up and looked around cautiously. However, when he noticed those huge beast eyes, a feeling of suffocation arose spontaneously. Alien zombie beast king, closing square bracket, a body like a hill. He leaned against the rock wall and supported half of his chin with one arm. His cold eyes fell directly on Hongyu. "Woke up. Zombie, you can kill my 3 zombies, beast king. Obviously, you are strong." Hongyu was shocked. "Open your mouth to speak." The alien zombie beast king raised his lips slightly and smiled playfully. "After primates become zombies, their brain development will far exceed that of your new zombies. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about talking. Zombie, I'll give you 2 ways now. 1. Just disappear. 2. Make a deal with me." Hongyu never recovered from the shock. Zombie beast king. It's obviously just a beast, but it can speak. In fact, their intelligence and cunning are no less than those of zombies. Hongyu only felt that her 3 views had been refreshed. Compared with the alien zombie beast king that I encountered in the above world before, it's simply unmentionable. The side effects of the abnormal rage are still affecting Hongyu's body's extreme fighting ability. He leaned against the cold stone wall, recalling the words of the alien zombie beast king just now in his mind. "Help it go to the earthly world. Closing square bracket. If this kind of guy really goes to the earthly world, I'm afraid it will be a zombie disaster. Closing square bracket. Good. The deal proposed by Beast King, a mutant zombie, to Hong Yu is to help it go to the earthly world. At the same time, lead it to the nearest enforcer camp. Hong Yu doesn't know why it knows about the existence of the executor. But it's obvious. The plan of the alien zombie Beast King is, with primates as the core, try to control the executor. It's not like the zombie army hasn't thought about this kind of thing. Even zombies can be considered primates. It's just, as the alien zombie Beast King said, today's zombies are a latecomer. It has long lost the most primitive height of human wisdom. Later zombies are the children of zombies and zombies. The wisdom area is huge and limited, otherwise it would be a dungeon or a zombie army. Its technological level will never be low. The reason why it is increasingly difficult for zombies to deal with executors is that the wisdom of zombies cannot be developed upwards. Executor, Fissioner, Artificial Intelligence Core. They can be infinitely improved. And the abnormal zombie in front of me is the Beast King ape. Probably one of the first zombified beasts. That is to say, at least it's alive. 500 years. Want to live. Closing square bracket. Do I have to agree to this condition? Closing square bracket. It's more appropriate to say it's a threat than a deal. Closing square bracket. Hong Yu laughed at herself. She was simply too weak in front of the alien zombie Beast King. The body is still recovering. Hong Yu's plan was that as long as her body recovered, she would immediately start the maximum amplification of abnormal rage within the scope of her sanity. Take this to find a way to escape. If you just run away, it shouldn't be a big problem. Closing square bracket. Sudden, alien zombie Beast King said, "That's right. This time, there seems to be a special zombie among you. According to my men, there is a Beast King, a mutant zombie similar to me, beside him." Hong Yu's face froze. What did you say? Beast King. Hong Yu didn't believe her ears. Among these zombies in the Eastern Excavation Team, there is a zombie Beast King next to them. And it's also the alien zombie Beast King. Isn't this a joke? If that's true, why did they run away in the first place? Just let the alien zombie Beast King kill all the ordinary zombie Beast King. After thinking for a moment, Hong Yu shook her head and replied, "Maybe you made a mistake." Zombie ape. Oh, maybe. Narrow your eyes and look directly at the red moon. Although he no longer mentioned it, the alien zombie Beast King still took the matter to heart. Early in the morning, the second floor of the cave. Bai Wuhua and other zombies were timid and kept groping forward under the guidance of Lao Mu. Only, today is strange. After walking all the way, I don't know whether it was because of Lao Mu or because of the second floor of the cave. They actually never encountered any zombie beasts from beginning to end. Neither low level nor middle level have been encountered. Bai Wuhua. Why do I have an inexplicable sense of déjà vu? We were attacked before, and it seems to be the same situation. Gao Xiaoxiao glanced at Bai Wuhua without curiosity. Old Bai, can you shut up? If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Soon, the four zombies found their way to the place where they had been attacked before. It is also the location of Hong Yu's final battle. Only, the traces of fighting all around were very obvious, but Hong Yu's figure was not noticed. The fluorescent blue in Lao Mu's pupils suddenly flashed and became more intense. Exceptionally calm and trace capturing. Next moment, Mu Bengtu's expression was obviously stagnant. Then it slowly changed from solemnity to shock. After a few seconds, Lao Mu calmed down and said, "Sister Hong, she was taken away by a zombie Beast King." Bai Wuhua asked in shock, "What is this? Zombie Beast King? Instead of killing Sister Hong, you took her away instead. Old Mu, are you kidding? Mu Bengtu, do you think I look like a zombie joking? The direction is this way." After finishing speaking, Lao Mu pointed in a direction. That was the deeper part of the second floor beast cave. "Shen Qing, let's go. Approach with caution." If the words suddenly stopped here, Shen Qing took a breath and said, "If Sister Hong dies, we will withdraw immediately. If you are not dead and you need help, we will come." As he spoke, Shen Qing glanced at the mastiff following his feet subconsciously. Hopefully it's as expected. Closing square bracket. A zombie beast king that is stronger than the ordinary zombie beast king should be able to buy him a lot of time. Closing square bracket. Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, and Lao Mu didn't say anything anymore. They nodded and continued towards the depths of the second floor of the beast cave. At this time, this side of the red moon, the side effects of the abnormally violent recovery are 77 or 88. No problem using it again. Hongyu took a peek at the zombie ape with its eyes closed and snoring, a faint gray covering its body. At the same time, her beautiful gray eyes also turned scarlet. Abnormal rage 100% increase. At the moment when the abnormal violence started, Hongyu didn't even look back, her figure was like a bolt of lightning, running straight towards the distance. The zombie ape opened his eyes slightly, with a calm expression and a disdainful smile on his lips. Wave your hands gently. Bring her back to me. The body has not recovered yet, so she must not be able to use the ability she had before. Sure enough, rats in the ground. They always only know how to run away. The words fell. The 5 zombie beast king rushed out directly from behind the zombie ape. So fast. Scarlet beast eyes. It is obvious that all 5 zombie beast kings have turned on their rage. In this state, it would be absolutely impossible for Hongyu to deal with it if she didn't activate abnormal violence 150% increase. It was only a matter of time before he was caught up. As expected, within about a few minutes Hongyu escaped. 5 zombies, Beast King, have already surrounded him. Roar, a harsh beastly roar. Hongyu's face showed bitterness. Did you already know that I would escape? I really can't see any traces of wild beasts on it. Abnormal rage 101% increase. Try. At this moment, Hongyu once again tried to increase the extreme limit of his abnormal rage. As long as she stops in time before her brain is about to shut down, she can use the most extreme increase value while maintaining her sanity. Speed up. Between 2 breaths, the red moon appeared on the side of a zombie beast king. His arms were crossed, and his strength suddenly increased. His posture is obviously like a beast king tearing apart zombies with his bare hands. The zombie beast king is also very intelligent. At the same time as his body retreated, his huge palm waved down. However, Hongyu, who was originally maintaining an aggressive stance, retracted her arms. Bo, with a sudden click, he bypassed the zombie beast king and continued rushing towards the distance. Cunning. The intelligence of new zombies may be limited. But compared to these zombies, Beast King still has them at his fingertips. Roar. Obviously, the 5 zombie Beast Kings all realized that they were being played. The scarlet color in the beast's eyes became more intense. Rage is also turned to maximum. The figure is like a stream of light, and in a few seconds it once again surrounds the red moon. Hongyu smacked her lips. Tisk, it's so difficult. It would be nice if it was the most ordinary zombie Beast King. That way, with my current increase, I can completely handle it. Abnormal rage 102% increase. The increase value increases again. But this time, a sense of brain shutdown came without warning. Hongyu released her abnormal rage at the critical moment and frowned slightly. Up to 101%. It seems that I still overestimate myself. Roar. 5 zombies, Beast King, attack from a pincer attack. Seal all Hongyu's escape routes. Hongyu sighed. It seems that we can only force our way in. Abnormality. Abnormal fat body shape. Abnormal fat rapid consumption. Abnormal hair kamitatsu. Abnormal hair brown bear. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Exceptionally calm and weak spotting. Exceptionally calm and precise perception. Extreme body strengthening and bone amplification. Ultimate body strengthening and self-healing increase. Just when Hongyu was about to take another risk and use the 150% increase in abnormal rage, a voice suddenly came out. Sister Hong, 3 of them were handed over to us. The other 2 ends are up to you. Hongyu looked overjoyed when she heard the sound. As he looked away, he noticed 4 zombies that had rushed out from behind the rock wall. You brats, who asked you to come? I can handle it myself. Despite her words, Hongyu only felt warm in her heart at this moment. Bai Wuhua pouted with an exaggerated expression. Yo yo yo. You can handle it yourself. Sister Hong, if you have a tougher mouth, you might not be able to chew the corpse crystal or alive. Hongyu was amused by Bai Wuhua's words. The jade hand waved. I'll deal with you later. Lao Bai, Lao Mu, Xiao Xiao, Shen Qing. Be safe. All members of the Eastern Excavation Team. Fighting. There is support from zombies such as Bai Wuhua. Faced with the two zombie beast king, Hongyu was obviously much more relaxed. Even these zombie beast kings have high intelligence. But in Hongyu's eyes, it is not difficult to kill both ends. Hongyu. Hold on. Give me 10 minutes. Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, Mu Bangtu. The strength of the three zombies makes them have no problem dealing with the high-level zombie beast, but it is somewhat difficult to deal with the zombie beast king. Gao Xiaoxiao can handle one by himself. White Wuhua can also contain one head. The remaining end was now handed over to Shen Qing and Mu Langtu. Lao Mu, pay attention to safety. Don't hold on. Shen Qing nodded slightly. His eyes fell on the zombie closest to him, Beast King. This zombie Beast King is about 6 meters in size. The body looks like a fierce horse. Speed is its core attribute. Mainly uses collision and horsehoof as attack methods. As long as Shen Qing is careful to deal with this zombie Beast King, it shouldn't be a big problem. After many previous battles, Shen Qing's bloodline awakening value has now reached 4.8%. The overall agility attribute is also not low, although it is not as good as this zombie Beast King horse, but if it is just involved, the pressure is not great. When the iron hammer shot out of the air and accurately hit the zombie Beast King horse. At the same time, Shen Qing's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed directly in the direction of the zombie Beast King's horse. What the other party meant was obvious. He didn't intend to get involved with them, but his whole focus was on Hongyu. This also greatly reduces the pressure on Shen Qing. Roar. A harsh beast roar came out. Zombie Beast King Ma is obviously troubled by the zombies Shen Qing and Lao Mu. The gray color spreads across the body, and the speed suddenly speeds up. Within a few breaths, Shen Qing was already approaching. When the iron hammer flew out again and hit the zombie Beast King's horse while attacking its body until it tilted. Combined with Shen Qing's dodge, he could easily avoid the opponent's attack. Also turn on abnormal calmness. The cooperation between Shen Qing and Lao Mu is perfect. The capture of details is also meticulous. Fighting. It seems that at this moment, it is gradually being controlled by Shen Qing and the others. As Hongyu said, 10 minutes later, the two zombies she faced, the Beast King, were killed. At the same time, Hongyu changed direction and rushed directly towards Shen Qing. Dialogue between Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao. Don't be obsessed with fighting. We don't care about the rest. Now, let's escape first. They clearly had the upper hand, so why did they run away? Although Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao were a little confused, they still obeyed Hongyu's instructions. With a punch and a weasel, he drove away the zombie Beast King and rushed towards the entrance of the second floor at high speed. The same is true for Shen Qing and Mu Bangtu. Hongyu. I'm worried that the alien zombie Beast King will come after me. Let's escape from the second floor now. Just when the sound of the red moon fell, a sharp and cold gaze fell on her from afar. Almost instantly, a burst of cold sweat broke out. Hongyu frowned and said, the alien zombie Beast King is still chasing him out. Look in the direction. Far away, the zombie ape came with a dark face, and with every breath, the distance between it and Hongyu and other zombies would get closer. Not long after, zombie apes are approaching. The terrifying sense of oppression made the four zombies Bai Wuhua, Gao Xiaoxiao, Mu Bangtu, and Shen Qing all breathe quickly. That's a big mountain, an impossible mountain to climb. Just one look at it can make the zombies despair. Shen Qing was shocked. Is this the alien zombie Beast King? This feeling of oppression is too terrifying. Bai Wuhua shuddered and said, I'm such a good boy. How can we fight this? We can't fight this at all, right? I'm afraid I won't be able to escape even if I don't run away. The two zombies Gao Xiaoxiao and Lao Mu did not speak, and kept looking warily at the zombie ape blocking their way. Zombie ape. I told you, you only have two ways. But it seems that your choice is the former. The zombie ape's tone was cold. At the same time, gray energy covered its huge body. The beast's eyes did not turn scarlet, but the oppression released from him was more terrifying than before. Bai Wuhua was shocked. Let me go. Can the zombie beast still talk? Isn't this joke a little too much? Gao Xiaoxiao. Beast King. So terrifying. Lao Mu. Sure enough. The pressure of the special zombie beast king before was similar to this one. That one that disappeared as the alien zombie beast king. Hongyu frowned deeply as she stared at the zombie ape, feeling the increasing pressure on it. I was shocked. Violent state. Can it still be controlled to increase the numerical value? Closing square bracket. The zombie ape lost any patience and waved his hand. 5 more zombies, Beast King, rushed out from a distance. At the same time, it stepped on the ground as fast as lightning. In one breath, it had already appeared on the side of the red moon. The raised palm wanted to smash the red moon into pulp. Even Hong Yu, who activated abnormal violence and 101% increase, was unable to dodge this extremely fast attack. In the end, he resisted the attack forcefully. Black blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. All the bones in the body were broken by this blow. The self-healing ability of zombies. I'm afraid, within a few hours, this kind of injury cannot be recovered at all. Quick, Hongyu shouted at Shen Qing. However, the words are not finished yet. Shen Qing, who had been silent all this time, resisted the oppression of the alien zombie beast king and walked step by step closer to the red moon. Hongyu was shocked. Shen Qing, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I told you before? When you encounter the alien zombie beast king, you must escape as soon as possible. Hear the words. Shen Qing's lips curved into a smile. His eyes fell on Hongyu's embarrassed figure. He took a long, relaxed breath and said calmly, Sister Hong. I hope you're not too surprised. The words fell. Under the stunned gaze of the zombies. Shen waved abruptly to the mastiff next to him. Mastiff. The one he was pointing at was the zombie ape. Bai Wuhua was dumbfounded. What happened to Xiao Qingzi? Let a dog stalk the alien zombie beast king. Is it possible that the pressure is so great that mental problems directly arise? Gao Xiaoxiao. Shen Qing, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Mu Bengtu's heart tightened. His eyes subconsciously fell on the mastiff. This moment, his body trembled slightly, and an extremely bold guess gradually emerged in his mind. Could it be that that mastiff is really? The zombie ape snorted coldly, glanced at the small mastiff with disdain and said, You're kidding. Roar. Sudden, a 10-meter body appeared out of thin air. The whole body was covered in jet black hair, and the 4 canine teeth were glowing with blood. The overwhelming feeling of oppression swept across the entire second floor in an instant. Just the feeling of oppression made all the zombie beasts on the second floor of the cave crouch and tremble. The red moon's beautiful eyes were erratic, and she was shocked. This is alien zombie beast king. Hongyu could not even dream of it. Next to Shen Qing, there is actually a strange zombie named Beast King. Bai Wuhua and Gao Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shudder. The two of them had the same idea in mind. I'll go, it's a good thing I didn't mess with that repair hook. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't really be able to eat us zombies. Closing square bracket. Mu Lengtu's face lit up. It was a surprise, a joy when the doubts in my heart were finally solved. Yes, that's it. I'm just going to tell you why that special zombie beast king disappeared out of thin air. It turns out that it has always been with us. The bright animal eyes of the zombie ape gradually narrowed, staring at the mastiff in front of him that was almost the same size as himself and said unexpectedly, Mastiff. A human pet with extremely high intelligence before the demise of mankind. Suddenly, its figure shook, and its huge palm pressed down on the mastiff's head without any warning. Boom. The earth trembled. The arrogant mastiff was pinned to the ground by the zombie ape with one hand. The zombie ape sat down on the mastiff's body, constantly observing the details of the mastiff's body. Interesting. The true body is definitely the Beast King, a mutant zombie. But just now it was just a pet that was not transformed into a zombie. It seems that the news that the zombie Beast King brought back is indeed true. His eyes fell on Shen Qing. The zombie ape chuckled and said, Little zombie. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. You and your pet were killed by me. 2. Give it to me and I can let you leave alive. Shen Qing. They are both beast kings, but why do zombie apes suppress mastiffs so horribly? That feeling. It's as if the mastiff is not a mutant zombie beast king, but an ordinary zombie beast. Before Shen Qing could give a reply, the zombie ape smiled slyly and said, Of course, this second option has a prerequisite. I can let you leave alive, but you must take me to the above world and take me to the nearest executor camp. Otherwise, I will still kill you. Roar. The mastiff struggled desperately, trying to break free from the zombie ape's control. However, the two don't seem to be on the same level at all. Even if the mastiff tried its best, it could not move at all. Boom. After punching the mastiff on the head, the zombie ape said impatiently, "Quiet." Roar. The mastiff is still struggling, and the zombie ape's patience seems to have reached its limit. Raise your fist, ready to come down hard. At this critical moment, Shen Qing suddenly said, "Wait. I promise you. The mastiff is yours, and at the same time, you need to let me leave alive." As soon as these words came out, Bai Wuhua was shocked. "Xiao Qingzi, you." Gao Xiaoxiao is eclipsed and cannot believe his ears. Lao Mu closed his eyes and sighed. Hongyu smiled happily and looked at Shen Qing. "You made the right choice. Your talent is higher than ours. If only one of us survives, I will choose you." However, Shen Qing smiled brightly at Hongyu. This was the first time he laughed. And the smile is still so direct. Hongyu is puzzled. But the next moment, at the same time, the zombie ape lowered its guard due to Shen Qing's words. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from the mastiff's body. The corners of Shen Qing's mouth curled up slightly. Creation. The characteristics of the alien zombie beast king mastiff. Extreme body strengthening. Mastiff. Roar. A second ago, the mastiff was being suppressed by the zombie ape. At this moment, he suddenly broke free from the restraints and even pushed forward to push the zombie ape back dozens of meters. At the same time, the mastiff's limbs glowed with a faint red light. The body of the mastiff appears in various energy colors such as light green, light red, and light gray. Bone amplification, flesh amplification, strength amplification, self-healing amplification, and all other extreme body strengthening amplifications have appeared on the mastiff. Not only that, the flash of blood in the beast's eyes further indicated that it had entered a violent mode. Beast King, plus extreme body strengthening in violent mode. At this moment, the mastiff is a completely terrifying monster. Shen Qing said softly, "Come on if you want." Boom. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Just because of the mastiff's sprint, the surrounding area was hit by a terrifying impact, splashing gravel and dust all over the sky. The speed was so fast that even with Lao Mu's abnormal calmness and precise perception, it was extremely difficult to capture. This speed, this explosion. He has already escaped from the ladder of the alien zombie beast king. Hongyu stared blankly, but Shen Qing's smile just now kept echoing in his mind. Did he do something? Closing square bracket. Why did the mastiff's strength suddenly increase so much? Closing square bracket. Also, the energy increasing colors on the mastiff are so similar to Shen Qing's full body strengthening. Closing square bracket. Is it possible? Hongyu was shocked and lost her words. Is it the whole body strengthening? Zombie beasts can use bloodline characteristics that only zombies have. Is this reasonable? His eyes fell on Shen Qing. This handsome little zombie seemed so mysterious in Hongyu's eyes. She even found that she couldn't seem to see through Shen Qing. Hongyu, before you came here, you knew that mastiff was a mutant zombie beast king. Shen looked at it carefully, nodded and replied, "Yes. I can't say it's certain, it's just a guess." Ever since Shen Qing heard what Lao Mu witnessed, he guessed that the sudden appearance of the mastiff was probably related to the alien zombie beast king. Coupled with the inexplicable feeling of closeness, Shen Xiao gradually became convinced that mastiff was the alien zombie beast king that he originally created. Certainly, Shen Qing still deliberately avoids creating an extreme body strengthening for mastiffs. After all, there is really no explanation for this kind of thing. So, since it can't be explained, let's just assume it's something the mastiff itself has. After a while, her eyes fell in the direction of the mastiff that was already fighting the zombie ape in the distance. Hongyu smiled bitterly and said, "Shen Qing, you really surprised me." Far away, because of the sudden appearance of the mastiff, the zombie beast king originally attacked Bai Wuhua. They were all shocked by the terrifying oppression of the mastiff. The attack was forgotten for a while. Bai Wuhua watched dumbfoundedly as the mastiff fought with the zombie ape. My heart was in turmoil. I'm such a good boy. Closing square bracket. Oh my god. Closing square bracket. Are you sure this is still the quiet mastiff from before? This is simply more brutal than the alien zombie beast king, okay. Closing square bracket. I really don't know why the Mastiff is close to Xiao Qingzi. Is it because Xiao Qingzi is more handsome than me? Closing square bracket. Lao Mu had already joined Bai Wuhua and the others at this time. Subconsciously glancing at Shen Qing, Mu Haotou said, "Run." Hongyu nodded, although the zombie did not feel any pain. But the bones all over his body were shattered, and it was completely impossible to support his body and walk. In the end, Bai Wuhua was carried on his shoulders, and several zombies rushed towards the entrance to the second floor. As for Mastiffs, Shen Qing is not worried. After all, just the display of the Mastiff fighting the zombie ape now made him understand. With the increase in extreme body strengthening, the zombie ape is no longer a match for the Mastiff. This battle between alien zombies and Beast King. I'm afraid it won't take long. It will end with the Mastiff winning. As expected, after a while, the first floor of the cave. The stalactite cave entrance. The Mastiff, which had regained its slender appearance, walked out of it very leisurely. His eyes glanced around Hongyu and other zombies, and finally wrapped around Shen Qing's legs. Obviously, the zombie ape should have been taken care of by it. Bai Wuhua looked at the Mastiff curiously, smacked his lips and said, "Tisk, tisk." The alien zombie beast king is so terrifying. Xiao Qingzi, I'm really curious about what kind of luck you got to let Beast King, a mutant zombie, get close to you. Gao Xiaoxiao also timidly approached, and after a safe distance from Ao Quan, he swallowed and said, "Well, can I touch you?" Mastiff. Wu, it is clear, cannot. Gao Xiaoxiao said with a sad face, "Okay then." Hongyu waved to everyone, "Okay. It's time for us to go back." After saying this, his eyes stayed on Shen Qing for another moment. This time, the second-level alien zombie beast king was killed by a Mastiff, and our next plan can be moved forward. These are all your fault. At the same time, the second floor of the cave. The originally arrogant zombie ape was now breathing weakly and clearly looked like it was on the verge of death. There were many zombies Beast King nearby, even eating its body. This is the nature of zombie beasts. The zombie ape is very unwilling. But more of it is doubt. Why did that Mastiff's strength suddenly increase so much? Closing square bracket. What happened to that Mastiff? Closing square bracket. I heard that you want to go to the earthly world. Sudden, a voice came out. Several zombies that were eating the alien zombie Beast King, suddenly became vigilant. However, a dark shadow flickered. The heads of several zombie Beast King were separated from their bodies. The speed was so fast that not even the zombie ape could react. The zombie ape has only one idea in his mind. This guy who suddenly appeared is ridiculously strong. Closing square bracket. Zombie ape. Who are you? Black Shadow. It's not important. What's important is that I can take you to the earthly world. The zombie ape was obviously stunned. Really? What price do I have to pay? Black Shadow. There is no price. Zombie ape. Okay, I promise you, but I'm almost dead, and my body's self-healing speed can't keep up with the deterioration of the wound. The Black Shadow did not respond, but took out a special cylinder from his waist and threw it to the zombie ape. Eat it. Your injuries will recover. Zombie apes are very intelligent, even smarter than ordinary zombies. Although it is clear that this sudden Black Shadow is definitely not a good thing. But, my life is almost gone now, and eating this won't make it worse. The look is certain. Swallow it in one gulp. At the same time, the zombie ape suddenly realized that his deteriorating injuries had actually recovered. He suddenly raised his head. The zombie ape's eyes flashed. However, when it raised its head, it saw an unbelievable sight. I saw, at some point, an extra machine appeared beside the Black Shadow. The machine looks like a beast. But the whole body is made of cold metal, and the scarlet eyes are not murderous. It's about being indifferent to life and following the execution plan. The zombie ape was shocked. Is this what it is? The Black Shadow chuckled. High-level executor. We have already achieved the plan you had in mind. Now, I need your help to further control the Fissioners. The words fell. The shadow approached. Blue-gray skin, gray pupils. It is clear, he is also a zombie. Eastern Excavation Group. Inside the office, the zombies let out a sigh of relief. Hongyu's self-healing speed is not slow. At first, all the bones in her body were shattered, but now she has the basic ability to walk. Regarding the corpse core and the corpse core embryo, we will go to the second floor after I have fully recovered from my injuries. This time, the alien zombie beast king has been solved, and we can boldly speed up. As long as we meet the requirements of the zombie army in Area 77, they will give us the opportunity to go to the above world. Hear the words, Bai Wuhua, Yao Xiao, and Mu Bang Tu all had smiles on their faces. After all, it took so long to prepare. It was finally time to go to the earthly world. His eyes fell on Shen Qing, and then he glanced at the mastiff beside him. Hong Yu continued, Shen Qing, you should increase your awakening value as quickly as possible during this period. With your current strength, you can easily deal with middle-level zombies alone. Tomorrow, let Lao Mu help you improve. It is best that your awakening value can reach 20% before we go to the Earth world. Shen nodded lightly, but his thoughts were not on Hong Yu's words. Has the plan been advanced? Closing square bracket. I don't know how Tang Ling is doing now. Closing square bracket. The agreement with Tang Ling is 1 month later. It's only been a few days now. Ruo Shen Qingzhen, Hong Yu and other zombies arrived in the above world ahead of schedule. I'm afraid that the agreement with Tang Ling will be broken. Let's talk to Sister Hong later. Closing square bracket. Time flies. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Hong Yu recovered from her injuries, and under her leadership, a group of zombies from the Eastern Excavation Team completely swept away the entire second-floor cave. Shen Qing's bloodline awakening value has also increased to 20%. The speed is so fast that it is embarrassing. Zombie Army Family Home Number 5. In the room, Shen Qing was lying on the bed, looking at the harvest of these 10 days, with a smile on her face. Zombie. Shen Qing. Bloodline level main primary bloodline. Bloodline level time apex level bloodline created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Blood awakening value 20%. Bloodline characteristics main none. Bloodline characteristics times extreme body strengthening created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Bloodline characteristics times abnormal calmness created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Bloodline characteristics times abnormal rage created due to inherent talent, cannot be viewed by other zombies. Inherent talent of bloodline, creation. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Stamina, 300. All three phase attributes reach 300 points. Compared to myself 10 days ago, Shen Qing's attributes have almost increased 8 or 9 times. Now if I face the zombie beast king, I won't be embarrassed even if I don't turn on the abnormal rage. Closing square bracket. It is a pity that the aberration increase value of abnormal rage can only be turned on to a maximum of 58% within the range of sanity. Closing square bracket. Under the guidance of Hong Yu, Shen Qing also carried out preliminary development of abnormal rage during the 10 days. Normally at full range, with 20% of the bloodline awakening value, the maximum increase in abnormal rage that can be activated is 99%. Within this growth range, the upper limit of growth that Shen Qing can maintain sanity is 58%. Not bad though, but compared with Red Moon's 101%, it's obviously a big mistake. The 3 phase attributes are 300 points each, plus abnormal rage's 58% increase value. Within the scope of sanity, Shen Qing does not use the ultimate body enhancement. The 3 phase attributes can reach a maximum of 474 points. It's already scary. To deal with the zombie beast king, Shen Qing has the strength to deal with it alone within the scope of his sanity. Close the zombie panel. After changing into clean clothes, Shen Qing pushed the door open and walked out. Today, he and Hong Yu are going to the core area of the underground city in Area 65. One last look at the humble house. Shen Qing. Dad, Mom. I am leaving. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.